Do it.
Zidane Daney, Electro Ninja here, and welcome back to Nerd Chat here on Electro Ninja's Lab. And we are officially live with, well, frickin' Nerd Chat 78 counting down to midnight in every single time zone. At least here on the, here in the continental USA. Captain Jack is here.
I am. Yep.
As well as Quixote. We got a Quixote in the house. He is currently muted. But we'll see. But he'll probably be popping in every now and again, as well as just randomly other people might be joining us. Joker will probably be showing up at some point throughout the night. But yeah, let's get. Who's ready for chaos?
I mean, who isn't ready for chaos? If they're new to the channel, welcome.
Yeah.
Enjoy your stay.
Yep.
I
We have
kind
a
of
lot
feel
of
like
fun.
Disney at that point. To all who come to this happy place, welcome. This is our happy place, and we built this place together.
Yep.
And then there's the reality is we are completely off our rockers. And I wish you the best of luck and a rubber duck. And if you're gonna listen to the rest of these things, just be prepared. All of us are neurodivergent as hell, and
It's gonna be fun.
we may say we're going to talk about something, but the chances that the topic stays on the topic, very slim. I think that we've only done that for Pokemon ones, and that's because all of our special interests are Pokemon, and Pokemon does this really cool thing where it releases new content regularly, so ADHD brains are constantly like, yeah, new thingies go...
I mean, accurate.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Why do I have slaves? That is the question.
Yep. But as for those of you who are watching the video, we do have the clocks in the upper right-hand corner, and we will be slowly every time that we hit midnight at a specific time zone, we will be moving it over so that you can only see the ones that still have yet to reach midnight. So as of right now, New York is the first one to be hitting that will be hitting midnight at in about 2 hours, and next will be
You already know
Chicago.
people are gathering in Times Square already.
Oh, absolutely. People have probably been doing that for like hours at this point.
Oh, yeah.
But obviously next is Chicago, then Salt Lake City, and finally San Francisco. Those are the clocks I decided to go with. So yeah. If they suddenly stop updating, I will try and fix it as quickly as I can, but no promises because it could just decide to crap out on us. But yeah. So, how is your frickin' time since our last nerd chat, which was like only
12 hours ago. 24 hours ago.
Yeah, well, it was more than 24 hours that we recorded it. Obviously, though, some people have already seen it.
Yeah.
Here,
yeah.
let's take a look and see what happened. Let's see what people have done. Oh wow, Nerd Chat 77 has 5 views. That might be because of the fact that we said see you next year. Because it's literally called Nerd Chat 77. See you next year. So yeah, that's fun. It looks like we did have a viewer at one point. I guess tonight. Oh, yep.
It's been 30 seconds. The fuck? Are you watching your own streams, Ephraim?
No, I am not.
That was a joke.
But I do have the video. Or the information just in the background, so that's gonna be fun. Oh, is that what happened? Did you start listening to to both at the same time and freak out? Apparently it was Quixote who decided to watch it and then also be part of the Discord at the same time.
Nice.
Oh, that's funny. So, yeah, don't for anyone who is part of our main group, who is going to be joining the our special Discord, probably don't be watching the live stream at the same time.
Or else he'll just be sitting there going, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, you're gonna hear double. And like, I think it's like a few minutes is the maybe not a full minute or anything, but it might be like a little bit. I don't know. I don't know the exact timing. About a second. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, don't do that. That could be dangerous. But yeah. So what do you think what are your plans for this upcoming year, Jack?
Well, I want to do some more writing. That's one of the things I want to do.
Yeah.
My dad asked me, he wants to know my story, and I'm like, what do you want to know? And he's like, just everything. And I'm like, okay, well, that's not an answer. So,
Yeah, fair enough.
I don't actually know what he's looking for. I'm gonna try and tell the story of kind of what it was like growing up in a million different places with a million different schools and houses and just, various things that affected my ability to become a full human being with all the humaning skills.
It's kind of weird being a human.
It is. I feel like I haven't really. In Young Sheldon, he sits there and at one point he goes and he's like looking for a book to teach himself how to make friends because his mom is worried about him or whatever, and the librarian asks him, having trouble adjusting to high school, and he looks at her and he goes, I'm having trouble adjusting to Earth. And I was like, yo, same.
Yeah. Honestly, being around people is just hard in general. Let's just be honest here. But yeah.
True. I think I'm gonna watch Young Sheldon instead of what I'm watching now.
What are you watching?
Grace and Frankie.
Of
I know
course.
you're shocked.
Yeah. No,
Hey,
it doesn't
we all
surprise
have our
me in the
comfort
slightest.
shows. We all have our comfort shows.
Yep. Oh my gosh. But honestly, I do have to say, it has been a year. Like, I was watching I watched Jenny D's video of her saying saying bye for January, because most YouTube.
Netflix, why do you make me feel old? Avatar: The Last Airbender is not retro TV. Get out of here.
How dare they call it retro?
Rude as fuck.
That is so rude. But yeah, I was watching. Jenny D was saying that she's gonna take her break for January, and I'm just like, and she goes, she mentions the fact that the OGL situation with D&D happened this year, and I'm just like, holy crap!
Did it actually?
Yeah, it happened
Oh my
this
gosh.
year, and that is just bonkers to me. Like, everything that has happened, like, I should.
No, that's insane.
Yeah, honestly, I kind of want to look. I'm gonna Google it. I'm gonna see what games came out this year. Games that released 2023. Okay. So, obviously, Tears of the Kingdom and Spider-Man 4. Or it's not Spider-Man 4, Spider-Man 2. Here we go. 2023. So, in January, there was a One Piece game, blah, 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 some Persona stuff. Let's see. Things that we're actually caring about. Let's see. Holy frick. Forspoken came out this year, which I know that not everyone really knows what that game is, but that's insane to me. So basically, it's about this young girl, or young woman, I should say, who I think she's like maybe like 19 or something. I don't remember exactly. Not important. She's about our age. That's the important thing to understand.
Well, we're gonna be 25 this year, guy.
Yeah, but I think she's a bit younger than us. But basically, she somehow ends up going to another world where she gets a bangle put on her wrist and basically has to save that world. Um, it didn't get very good reviews, but I kind of liked it. I just didn't have the time to play it, considering the fact that like several other games were also coming out around that time. Like I don't know,
Yeah.
when did Hogwarts Legacy come out? That was that might have been
Like February.
Was that February?
Yeah.
I'm not seeing it. I don't know why I'm not seeing it. Maybe it was like yeah,
Oh
February.
my gosh, the
February
first season,
10th.
they
Okay.
all look like babies.
Yeah. So that just came out right after Forspoken, so I was just like, okay, I need to deal with this. I was going to play that for a bit. So, yeah, so Forspoken just kind of got buried.
Did you finish Legacy?
I did not finish Legacy.
Mm.
I
Did
do
it
need to
get boring after a certain point, or what?
Huh?
Did it get boring after a certain point, or
No, just other things were on my mind and I didn't want I think like the big reason why I was just like really struggling to play Hogwarts Legacy is because I wanted to talk about certain things about the game, but at the same time a lot of things that I felt like I needed to talk about, like especially like talk a little bit about the controversy. Holy crap, I can't speak. But talk a little bit about the controversy, but also talk about like why the game was actually a good game. How it kind of felt like it separated itself very much from from J.K. Rowling, and
it did do that?
yeah, and
She
while
would never be happy with some of the shit they did. They can be trans, but trans people aren't people.
yeah. So that came. So I wanted to talk about that, but a lot of the things that I felt like I needed to talk about with the game just really was bogging me down. And then I was just like, I don't think I can. I just, because of all of that, I was just like, okay, I can't do the video, and I just stopped playing because of the fact that I was so focused on I need to make this video, and it wasn't healthy. So at some point, I think I will continue playing Hogwarts Legacy, but I'm going to play it just for myself, not for the idea of I need to make a video for this. And I think that's kind of
Yeah.
like that's been.
I think if it becomes like too much pressure to do the video or whatever, that's when you need to realize, like, you know what, not everything is about views, and not everything is about uh even being a social justice warrior,
Yeah.
and that's okay.
Yeah,
Sometimes just living and just enjoying things it's totally fine.
yeah. And I think that was like one of the big things that I really wanted to focus on this year was just I need to separate myself from what is for content and what is not for content. And one of the big things that I was really concerned about this year was trying to keep up with things, especially like Miraculous and stuff, because obviously the final season with Hawkmoth, or rather Monarch at this point, that has ended. Or not Adrian, freaking Gabriel Agreste as Hawkmoth, that arc is over, and with that, there was just I don't know. There's just there were certain things
Yeah,
about
because
it.
his dad died, right?
Huh?
His dad, Hawkmoth, dies, right?
Yes, that does
That's
happen.
what's up.
Sorry for anyone who hasn't caught up, but yes, that does happen at the end. So I don't know. It was so with basically what was going on. I was just like, I realized at that point I need to stop focusing on making sure that I am playing I am playing these games to make content. I need to play these games just for myself, and I was realizing that with a lot of different things. And with that, I've also realized that if I'm gonna make content, it's gonna be about things that I've been able to look at, and if I am gonna do my first thoughts or whatever, it's gonna have to be something that really, really stuck in my mind from the minute that I started playing it. And whether that be good or whether that be bad, that needs to be what happens. And I do plan on still making a Miraculous video going over this entire year and basically the finishing up the season, because a lot has happened this season, and I would like to talk about it to a certain degree, even if it's just like a really short version of it. But yeah, so that was a little bit of a rant there.
Yeah. Well, it happens.
Yeah. But let's see. So what was the so let me look at this again. So Wild Hearts apparently came out in February. I did not know about that. As did Blanc, which we were talking about for a little bit, and then it just like completely flew over our minds. Let's see here. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. Most of these games I have no idea what they were. Something about Atelier Ryza, but that was whatever. Apparently Last of Us came to the PC. Yeah. Apparently there was a Sherlock Holmes game that released, as well as a Tron game. And that was in April.
That's ironic.
Yeah.
A game based on a movie, based on a game, based on a comic book.
Yep. Disney Speedstorm that released this year. That's kind of insane to think about that was like, it was there. I don't know how many people were talking about it. Did you even know about? I think we talked about it like once for a video, and then we just
What's it now?
Disney Speedstorm.
I don't even know what that is.
Disney Super Mario Kart.
Huh.
Yeah.
That actually sounds really fun. How the fuck did...
I think we did talk about it, but it just kind of went back under the radar because Minecraft Legends was also releasing that day.
Wow.
Oh, that's funny. That like Disney Speedstorm, that sounds like it should be like a huge deal. And then Minecraft Legends also released that day, so it's just like, and we're focusing on this now.
Disney. What's it called?
Disney Speedstorm.
And it's it's a free to play.
Yeah.
What's it on? No.
I think it's on everything. Let's see here.
Oh, look, there's a website for it, so of course there is.
PC, PS5, PS4, Xbox Series X and S, Xbox One, Switch. Apparently it was early access in April 18th, but it's become more available recently.
Nice.
So, because I know that it's available to play now, because I've watched some videos where they were sponsored by it. So
yeah, I'll probably get it when I get Wi-Fi in a few days.
Fair enough. But also Jedi Survivor, that came out this year in April. At the very end of April, so yeah, that's fun. Oh, I need to sit down and I kind of want to go back to Jedi Survivor, but at the same time I've already completed it. I think that's like one of the few games I actually completed this year.
Are you okay, Jasper? You look like you're freaking out, bud.
Oh, and Zelda. Zelda came out in May.
Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah, have you finished that?
I have finished Tears of the Kingdom. So I finished Tears of the Kingdom and Jedi Survivor. I think those were the only two games that I fully completed this year. Which that's insane to me. Well, I think obviously the Pokemon DLC came out this year, but yeah. Lego 2K Drive came out this year. It's not that great. I wouldn't worry about it, but yeah. A Lord of the Rings game came out. Let's see here. What else is there? Diablo 4. I could have sworn there was something else that was like really big that we talked about once. Like obviously, frickin' whatchamadoodle came out this year. Baldur's Gate 3. Which
Bear fuckers.
oh my gosh, I just
Literally,
think that
I was at my friend's house. Okay, I was at my friend's house. We were just chilling, and we wanted to go outside because we were gonna smoke weed, right? And we were walking outside, and her boyfriend is in the like dining room type area where his computer is, and he goes, "Wait, don't come in," and she goes, "Ah, spicy scene," and he was like, "Yeah, sorry," and I was like, "Are you fucking a bear?" And he was like, "No." Like, I'm not here to judge, bro. You do what you gotta do for the good of the game. We all know you're not actually gonna go out and fuck a bear, Marcus. It's fine.
You sure about that?
Yes, guaranteed.
Oh my gosh. But
There
yeah,
are some things I don't trust about him, but they're mostly just because he won't admit that he's autistic.
I mean, fair. Oh, what was
It'd make life a lot easier for him if he would admit it, but that's beside the point.
Yeah.
I'm mumbling. I'm not breaking up.
Yeah. Detective Pikachu apparently got a new game in October. But to be fair, like, we were so distracted by everything happening that we didn't even notice. I don't even know what's released in these past few months because it's just been like pure chaos. But apparently Super Mario Bros. Wonder released in October. City Skylines 2 released on PC in October. Lord of the Rings: Return to Moria came out in October. Alan Wake 2 was in October, which, like, it's the one game that we were like, oh, that came out. Okay, we have no idea what this is, and then somehow it won like a whole bunch of awards.
I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. November, WarioWare came out. And honestly, I have no idea what most of these games are. Oh, Backpack Hero came out this year. I did not. I didn't realize that was going on. Weird. I saw like ads for it and it was just like, okay, whatever. What is it? I don't care what this is, but whatever. And then Disney stuff with. Why is it saying that Disney Dreamlight Valley came out in December?
Because it formally came out. It left beta.
Oh, okay, so that's fun. We should probably get back into that at some point.
No.
Why not?
It's so fucking weird. There's so much bullshit going on in it right now. I'm in one of the groups and I'm like, y'all, this game is like, it's a cult now. It's insane.
Weird.
It's wild.
Well, I mean...
Oh, it's wild.
Well, people can be weird. Let's just be honest here. But, yeah, so... those were the games that we were excited about this year. And then also like a whole bunch of movies and shows released. Like didn't if I'm remembering correctly, didn't Elemental come out this year?
Yes, it did.
So that came out. Obviously the Miraculous movie came out. Which it was good. I think that there are some very big issues, and I've talked about them extensively. The biggest of which is the whole idea of, here, let's make it a musical, but we're not going to have voice actors be the same. So basically, the speaking voice actors were one group of specifically for Ladybug and Cat Noir. They were they were these two people, and then for the speaking voice actors, it was these two other people, and it was just like speaking and singing were two different voices, and it's just like, fuck.
I mean, they do that a lot, but usually it's not quite so noticeable.
Yeah, it was extremely noticeable, and I think like the big reason for that is because they're the French voice actors / singers, who also they had since they speak and sing English, they also happen to be just like they have the control over that.
Yeah.
So it's like, so they probably have it like in their contracts to do that. But it's so weird because like the thing about this is that the English voice actors can sing pretty well. Like Bryce Papenbrook, and Christina V have both sung for Miraculous in the past, and yet for some reason they were not allowed to sing for the musical. And I'm just
Yeah, it had to be contracts at that point
Yeah.
because that's the only thing that makes sense there.
yeah, because in season 1, I want to say, no, it was season 2, I think. Right? Yes, season 2, Santa Claus. So that was so season 2, episode 26 was a musical, and it's specifically and both Bryce Papenbrook and Christina V did sing for their for Adrian and Marinette respectively, and they're not the best singers in the world, but they at least sound like themselves. So I don't know. There was just some things that I had like concerns about, and that was one of them. It's also worth noting that for those of you who haven't watched the special yet, the special takes place right after Destruction, for in the main series. So Miraculous Special Paris is right after Destruction, which is the 3rd episode of season 5. Technically it's the 2nd episode, but that's mostly because Multiplication goes over several days, while Destruction is pretty much right after Evolution. So it's kind of weird. I don't want to get into all of the details, but it's pretty much right after that because Adrian is still struggling with the fact that he just cataclysmed Hawkmoth.
Oh, because he killed his dad.
Not exactly, but he did cataclysm him. So it was just, yeah. But yeah, so most of season 5 of Miraculous came out this year. The special and the movie both came out. Percy Jackson just released, and it's been amazing so far. We've talked extensively about it so far. And we all liked it. We still like it, so that's good. There's been several obviously there's been several of the Marvel shows such as Secret Invasion. She-Hulk was last year, never mind. When was this? That was last year. Okay. Ahsoka was this year, right?
Yes, it was.
So that came out. Miss Marvel was this year, right? No, it was last year. That's kind of insane to think about. Like, it felt like there were so many shows that released so quickly, but in actuality, like several they've been like a good distance apart from each other. It looks like more of them were last year than this year. But yeah. I think that Owl House finished this year. I'm not 100% certain on that, but I believe that's the case.
I think it did, yeah.
Yeah. And then obviously the best movie of the year, as Quixote wants us to talk about, is Dungeons and Dragons: Honor Among Thieves. Did you watch that yet or no?
Yeah, I saw it in theaters.
Yeah.
That is the best movie.
Hello.
Just
Hi,
show up for a second. That's fine.
Just chiming in.
Dropping it by.
This movie deserves all the freaking Oscars.
Yeah, fair enough. But
I hope it gets them because it did a really good job for like a lot of things. Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it just also didn't do that well. Comparatively.
Yeah, which is kind of a bummer.
It was a nerd movie.
I hope it pulls a Princess Bride where it kind of flops in the theaters, but then becomes a cult following. You know.
Well,
Yeah.
I think it already kind of has that.
I think that's good. Then.
Yeah.
Good.
I think some people may be turned off by the fact that it's Dungeons and Dragons and the other movies were bad.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then there's also the whole thing where a lot of like diehard Dungeons and Dragons players are really mad at Wizards and Hasbro right now.
Yeah. I mean, the biggest problem with that is just that obviously they did do some things early this year, and we did mention it briefly, but the OGL happened this year, which is just like, that's insane to think about, that was this year, and that was just like the beginning of the year we got the huge fuck you that we weren't that was the first edition of the OGL, and they're still working to try and rebuild their reputation with the community, and with the frickin' also AI art that was in apparently some of the books had AI art, which is just, that's fucked up.
Yeah.
Wow, that is messed up.
Yeah,
I hate AI art so much.
yeah, it's so bad, and it's honestly just like, why has that become such a huge thing lately? And just, I don't know. It bothers me, and I'm glad that it bothers both of you. Honestly, I think it bothers pretty much everyone.
Because you don't have to pay people. That's why it's a big.
Yeah. There's a lot.
There's
a lot of problems with it.
There's like things that are like, people like will post like pictures online that are just like weird and funny, but and it's not necessarily taking any money from anyone, but
yeah,
when you start publishing a book, or I don't know.
Yeah, so there was that, and then AI art is just bad. It's just a fact of life that it is not good, and I don't understand why they keep frickin' trying it. It's just, I don't know. I understand why. It's because it saves them money, but at the same time, stop it. Stop it. But yeah, I think that was like the Giants book was that, which is unfortunate.
We're not talking about the baseball team, are we?
No, we're talking about they had one of the books that they released this year was a guide to Giants or something. I don't remember what it was exactly, but that one really had it was supposed to be their biggest thing this year, and it had so much AI art. And then also, I think that's also the big reason why so many people were upset about freaking Secret Invasion, was because of the AI art at the during the intro.
Yeah, that was something like I was thinking like they might be making a statement or something with that, and then after you see it, like, no, they really weren't.
No.
And like, so like if you were going to do like some sort of story where there like was like an AI that was like taking over or something, then and you could use that as kind of you could kind of use that and as part of like the message there, but yeah, I don't know.
But they didn't. They decided to be assholes and do that, and I don't know. The fact of life is just people are going to do stupid stuff, and we can't let them. Or at least we need to hold them accountable when they do stupid shit.
We need to tie them up and throw them in the basement.
Maybe.
Whoa, wait, who are we throwing in the basement? Hang on.
Specifically, people who are using AI art.
Figuratively.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah, I'm good with that.
Figuratively.
I'm good with that because people are like, oh, AI art is so cool. I'm like, yeah, it's like 89% stolen, so no, not really.
Yeah. It's just, yeah.
Speaking of art that's no longer going to be stolen, Mickey Mouse is entering the public domain as of 12 o'clock a.m. January 1st.
Wait, so as we count down to midnight, technically Mickey Mouse
will be entering the public domain for the first time in over 100 years.
That's insane.
And Disney can do nothing about it.
Well, there are certain things that they are doing about it, unfortunately.
They have trademarks.
They're trying. But the original Mickey Mouse, as in like the guy who played Steamboat Willie, is going to enter the public domain at 12 o'clock.
That's insane. So, place your bets on Horror Mickey in 5, 4...
How fast is he going to become a horror movie, or how fast is Disney going to file an injunction?
Yeah.
and try to find a way to keep him in their domain.
Yeah.
Because to be fair, a lot of Mickey is not going to enter the public domain, right? Because every time he's been reinvented, he's received a new copyright. That's what it is. But the original Mickey Mouse is what we're talking about, the one that debuted in 1923.
Yeah. Which
So
I mean,
now-
at the same time, that's kind of it's kind of an iffy situation, anyways, because they've used a lot of Steamboat Willie stuff with like their trademarks or
Yep.
or with Kingdom Hearts
Oh,
2
they get to
having
continue
Steamboat
using-
Willie in there.
Well, they get to continue using him because they still have, all the rights to him. What entering the public domain means is that not only do they have the rights to him, so does everyone else.
Yeah.
So they can still use Mickey Mouse all they want, but so can other people.
Yeah.
Which is going to be really interesting, given how much Mickey Mouse has become a huge part of streetwear for whatever reason.
Yeah. Like
yeah,
technically
it's really interesting.
technically that means that that's more legal than it was before. So because like technically people can just be like, "Oh yeah, let me just do that." I don't know. It'll be interesting to say the least. I'm curious to see what exactly they're going to do with all of that. But yeah, who knows? It's gonna be whatever whatever happens, it's gonna happen. There's like, if Disney is gonna fight it, they're gonna fight it. If they're not gonna fight it, then they're not gonna fight it. And at this point, I'm not touching Mickey Mouse with a 10-foot pole. That's my way of thinking, anyways.
Oh my.
So, yeah.
All right, Sulu, what's Oh My about?
Just touching Mickey with a 10-foot pole.
Okay, listen.
I mean, it's the same thing with like food. Certain food I will not touch with a 10-foot pole.
That's not what he was getting at, Zephram. He
I
was
know.
being gross.
I know.
What food won't you touch with a 10-foot pole?
Things with MSG.
Oh, okay.
But
I thought you were gonna say something like fugu or something.
well, that too. That just sounds so
I don't
dangerous.
think
That sounds so
I feel like
dangerous.
you probably wouldn't eat sagu. That's probably a thing you wouldn't eat.
What's sagu?
It's a rice replacement. So in Indonesian culture, they didn't always have rice because it wasn't like a thing that grew in Papua, and so they used to make out of palm starch. They would make water and palm starch mixtures, then warm it up, and it's called sagu. And it's like slime that kids play with. Yeah, very similar to that.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, no, it's horrible. I also don't touch it with a 10-foot pole. I graciously say, thank you, but I'll stick with the rice to my sweet, sweet Indonesian friends who are like, would you like sagu? I'm like, I would love to like that or even want to look at it, but I don't because I am unfortunately, not only am I a super glow-in-the-dark white American, I'm a super glow-in-the-dark autistic white American who also has ARFID. So my apologies and sincerest apologies. I would love to like that. Alas, I don't.
Oh, fair enough. Oh.
Wait, what was it made from?
Palm starch.
Oh, I'll try that. That doesn't sound too bad.
No, it's like it tastes quite good. It's the texture that gets me.
Oh, texture. Yeah, texture can be a.
Texture
Because
can be
the
a hit or
slime is
miss.
what gets me. The flavor is fine. It just basically is just like having rice, but the texture is what gets me. It's basically a goo.
The sliding down your throat and.
Yeah, the fact that it's basically a goo that I'm expected to consume is just not right with me. It's got the texture of mucus, and I just can't get past that.
Okay. This makes me wonder, Jack, how do you feel about boba and other drinks that have solid material in them?
So I like boba with the pearls, the bursting flavor pearls, but I don't like it with the gel.
Okay. So, I just cannot stand for the life of me any I don't like boba, I don't like there's this we just got this juice at World Market that has this I don't know what to call it, but it's basically like this these little cubes of like gummy stuff that you are supposed to chew. and I just can't stand it. It's just like my like I start drinking and then it's just like that hits my tongue and I'm like, ugh, no.
Yeah, that's called a sensory ick, and that's normal on the autism spectrum. Welcome to it.
Yeah, I think like it's weird though because like it's specifically if it's a drink. If it's a drink and it has something in it besides ice, I'm just like, no, thank you. But if it's like soup and stuff, then I'm like, okay, whatever.
Okay, no, that's a logical thing though, because our brain understands soup is a liquid with things in it. Like, if you understand soup as, all right, it is a liquid base with things in it that I'm expected to eat, then you're like, okay, yeah, I can understand. Like, if I'm drinking a soup and there's a noodle, then yeah, it's expected. Whereas when we think of drinks, we think liquid, nothing else. That's why a lot of autistic people really struggle with pulp, because we shouldn't have to chew our drinks.
Yeah, exactly. And it's kind of a weird situation with that because like pulp is usually I'm fine, but like
No, I hate pulp.
but like anything else, it's just like no, gross. So I don't know. But yeah, I've like there's been multiple times where people are like, "Here, you should try this thing," and I'm like, "Okay," and it's a drink, and then it's got those little chunks in there, and I'm like, "No, why? You are evil for making me try this." So yeah, I don't know. Little rant. Don't like them. What other movies came out this year? Because obviously we just talked about Dungeons and Dragons and the Miraculous movie. What else came out this year? Oh, and Elemental.
Blue Beetle.
Huh? Oh yeah, Blue Beetle. Did you see that, Jack?
No, I didn't, but one of my clients was obsessed with it.
Oh, it's so good. It's a great movie. But apparently people did not like it.
Oh, you know what came out this year? Barbie
Spider-Man.
and Oppenheimer.
Oh, Barbenheimer. That was this year, wasn't it?
Barbenheimer.
I have not watched either. Quixote wants to watch both.
I've seen Barbie and it had a few chuckles, but it's, I don't know, it's okay.
Yeah. I think you mentioned that to me. I don't
Yeah, I
I
haven't
don't
watched
plan on
either of
watching
them.
either.
The only reason I do plan on watching Barbie, I have an HBO Max subscription. I do plan on watching Barbie only because, and I'm probably going to put it on in the background while I do something else, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because HBO is debuting a new thing where their movie has an ASL interpreter on screen, and I think that's a really important moving forward to have as an option on
Yeah.
movies and things like that, because subtitles are great, but ASL, it's in their own language, which is awesome. And so
Yeah, and I think
that should be
we talked a
accessible to
little
most.
bit about this in the last nerd chat, I think, briefly.
I think yeah, that's probably when I saw it on Facebook, probably.
So yeah. So that is absolutely cool. I'm intrigued to see exactly what they're gonna do with that, but at the same time, like I probably am not gonna be watching that as much as I'm sure you will be.
No, I'm probably only gonna watch it once or twice with that on it, and just so that they see that people are watching it like that, so that they're not like, oh, nobody watched it, we're gonna not continue having that available. No, have it available.
Yes, please keep it available. That's kind of important.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I'm intrigued to see what like if they'll continue that or what. I think it's been interesting though because a lot of other games and certain games and movies have been doing more of that. Have been putting ASL just in the movie or in the game.
Yeah.
Like we talked about Moss when that first released.
Oh my gosh, I want to play Moss so bad, but it's not on Switch.
Yeah. I still haven't played it. I do plan on playing it at some point, but I just haven't gotten around to it. But that'll be very interesting to see if I ever do get a chance to play that. I would love to, just to see what exactly they did. But what else was there? Obviously, there was a movie a few years ago that did that had a lot of ASL. I think it wasn't it.
The Silent Place was completely in ASL.
Yeah, that one. because obviously they
And Silent Place 2.
yeah. So both of those had ASL a lot in them. As
Yeah, well, because that was the only language they could communicate in, it being silent. However, what's really cool about those is that the little girl in the movies is deaf. However,
Yeah.
what's not cool about those is that people are fucking horrible, and when she went to her own premiere for the movie that she starred in, they refused to have closed captions on it.
That's terrible. That's honestly like
She went to see the movie that she starred in as a deaf child, and they told her no, they weren't going to accommodate her deafness in the movie she was in.
Was this the movie that didn't have any dialogue, or no?
No, The Silent Place. It has dialogue, but a lot of it is in ASL. The whole cast literally learned ASL, and a lot of the crew did too, because she's deaf, and it was featured in the movie so prominently. And
okay, so there is some talking
there's some talking, especially once they defeat some of the monsters and like they move around and they have a chance to. There is some talking, but not a lot.
Yeah, and that's also another thing that's kind of interesting is like, I'm really glad that they were able to do some stuff with deaf like, there's been more people who more.
Her character isn't deaf.
Oh, her character's not deaf. Okay.
Her character is not deaf, but she is.
Yeah. But there have been more deaf characters and more deaf actors in media lately, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I think that it's kind of an interesting thing because while deaf characters and blind characters, they're fairly easy to put into your media, but at the same time, it's a really big difficulty if you're going to have them be played by deaf actors or blind actors.
Mm-hmm.
Because especially with being blind, if it like you would never want to have somebody playing Daredevil who is actually blind.
I mean, yeah, without some very serious like. Well, let's be very clear. There are blind athletes who do things like Daredevil does.
Yeah.
However, the danger is so great that you could only do it if they were also hooked up to some very serious protective gear and were then trained how to do the same tricks whilst in this protective gear. So, yeah, it would be hard. But not impossible, but very hard for sure.
Yeah, and it's
just
definitely pretty high on the insurance claims.
Yeah, there's so much that would have to go into it, and it would just be like, it would be like way more money than they're willing to spend.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the insurance
maybe hopefully someday
we're not going to cover it.
Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully someday that stigma won't be there, but for now, it's where we're at.
Yeah, I mean, what I could see them doing maybe is like. Maybe Matt Murdock is he's played as well as the voice is done by someone who's blind, but Daredevil himself is played by someone who can see.
Yeah, I mean maybe they have maybe
and he's
they
like
have
just like a stunt double or something.
A sighted stunt double, and the actor who plays most of Daredevil is blind. I don't know. That's a possibility too. Like there's infinite ways to just insert diversity into media. And one of the things that's really cool is I think they did that really well in Percy Jackson, because if you notice, there are some scenes around Camp Half-Blood where there's just like a dude in a wheelchair, or like there's just someone who's different in some way. Like they're just in the background. They're just doing stuff. They're just there.
Yeah, like one of the kids of either Apollo, yeah, it would have been Apollo probably, is in a wheelchair, and just like she just casually shoots her bow, and it's just like, damn.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, no, that's exactly how we should view like inclusion and things like that, because that's how life is. I remember explaining this to my assistants, right? They were sitting there one day and they were gonna go to this place called the Pie Factory. And the Pie Factory, it's an older building, but it's really accessible. It's not that bad. But it doesn't have the widest of aisles, but wide enough that a wheelchair can get around. It's not like inaccessible. And my assistants were kind of hemming and hawing about wanting to take one of our guys there who uses a wheelchair. And I wanted them to say it out loud. I wanted them to explain to me out loud the problem they were having, because I knew exactly what they were getting at. and I wanted them to say the words. I wanted them to hear what they were saying. And so I was like, "Oh, why don't you want to take him there?" And they're like, "Oh, it can be really hard to get around sometimes." And I was like, "Oh, is it inaccessible?" And they were like, "Well, no." And I was like, "So does it have like really narrow aisles or something?" Knowing that none of this was true. And they're like, "Well, no, but people stand in the way, or we have to, we have to navigate around people, or what, or they have to navigate around him, or all this." And I looked at them and I was like, "They have to navigate around him? Oh my God, they might have to admit that someone who uses a wheelchair is entitled to the same rights and activities as they are? Weird."
Yeah.
And then they shut up about it for the rest and didn't ever complain about taking him anywhere ever again.
I mean, fair. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I think you know a lot more about accessibility and stuff like that than I do, for sure. So I'm not going to get into too much of that conversation. Huh? What'd you say?
It is kind of my job, yeah.
Yeah. So obviously you know way more about that than I do. So I'm not gonna I'm not gonna add my 2 cents because my 2 cents is not gonna do much. But yeah, I don't know. I'm intrigued to say the least. I'm intrigued to see what else they'll do. Also, I know you haven't played the Spider-Man games yet, right? Like, because obviously they're on PS4.
Yeah, how would I do that?
Yeah. So
well, no, that's not true. I was at one point fucking around on Cody's earlier this year.
So in Miles Morales as well as in Spider-Man 2, Miles's girlfriend is deaf. So so that was kind of an interesting thing that they added to that, which they I just think that's kind of interesting. And every time that that their little friend group is chatting, they're just like doing sign language to each other, and it's just like, that's cool. That's cool that they're doing that. Neat.
And they didn't ever mention it. They didn't ever like bring it up, like, "Oh, this is a thing" or whatever.
No, it's just like like you find out pretty early on that she's deaf in Miles Morales, and then it's just never really brought up again. It's just like it's just completely obvious that it happens, and I think like he knew before the game starts that she was deaf.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it's kind of fun. I don't know. I'm intrigued to see exactly what if they're going to continue to do more with that or what they're planning on doing. But
yeah,
I just also think that's kind of hilarious that they're just like they're talking about him being Spider-Man in sign language, and it's just like,
that's funny.
Yeah, like if there's a sure, if you're talking, oftentimes there's not very often going to be a mic. But if you have even a single camera and they say you're Spider-Man in ASL, it's just like it takes like if the person who is watching the cameras happens to understand ASL, it's just like, oh, this person's Spider-Man.
Right.
Or it's just like it gets out there I feel like that could get out there way faster than like them talking, like even if they're being loud or anything like that. With I don't know, it's not like a huge thing about that, but it's
I think that does actually point to some stigma, because what you're getting at is that they talk freely in sign language about him being Spider-Man because they are so certain that no one's gonna understand them.
Yeah, I mean, that is true. That is definitely true. That could absolutely be part of it. But also, like, very few people are just going to believe that teenagers are just talking about Spider-Man and are going to be like, "Yeah, I'm Spider-Man," and they're being serious. That's another thing as well. So, I don't know. That's just my thought about it. But yeah. Also, didn't freaking speaking of Spider-Man, didn't Across the Spider-Verse came out this year.
Mm-hmm.
So that was fun. I'm intrigued to hear your thoughts on whether you or not you think that Gwen is trans.
I haven't watched the movies, bro.
Okay. Well, there's like around the time that the movie came out, there was like a few things that people were pointing out, like the colors of her universe are the trans flag and all sorts of these weird things, and it kind of felt like it was like just like grasping at straws. I don't know.
Interesting.
Like,
I don't know. I have a hard time, I have a hard time headcanoning people as something serious.
yeah.
I think that being trans is one of the things that I have a hard time headcanoning people as, because it's like a serious thing. It's not just something you do that's like for fun or that's gonna get you,
Yeah.
like perks in life. It's something that you do because the only other option is not being alive anymore, and that's not something that I want to enforce on like just random characters.
Yeah.
And I think that it's important also to note that it's hard for me to headcanon characters as trans, not because I'm for whatever reason anti-trans. That would be awkward, wouldn't it? but because like it's so hard to accurately portray a trans person,
Yeah.
and also it's not always super safe to be a trans person. And so, there's a good movie. It's called Three Generations, right? Great movie. Unfortunately, as much as I like this movie, it stars Elle Fanning as a trans boy.
Okay.
Which, I mean, she does a wonderful, wonderful job at it, but at the end of the day, she's not a trans guy. So it's really funny to see her, who is obviously a very attractive girl, like, and Dakota Fanning, the younger Fanning. And, just various things like that. And I just think it's funny, because I'm like, you know what, it's very funny that this movie, you could have done a trans guy. But then, part of it is also then, they were kind of thinking about not wanting to put a trans person in that situation because the whole movie was about Ray's dad not accepting him as a man. And repeatedly dead-naming him and various things like that. And so I think, like, yeah, I think it's just, there's so much to inclusion that people are hesitant to do because it could very easily result in something that doesn't go very well.
Yeah.
Like, they can go into it with awesome intentions, like such good intentions, and all that has to happen is one thing goes wrong and the person gets triggered and the news finds out about it and boom, everyone's a pariah.
Yeah. That's fair.
And that's not fair.
Yeah. Yeah, I get what you're saying. But yeah, I think like I think there was like some
reason as like it's the same reason they have a hard time casting like autistic characters with autistic people, because if they want to portray an autistic person who is, like me or like you or like Tesla, well, then they're going to face the backlash of, well, he's not like my son. Mine's autistic and da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Even though they're not trying to portray someone who has a different form of autism.
Yeah.
Like, they're still going to get backlash for that. And then if they portray someone who does have a different form of autism, the more classic autism where they have a harder time with speech, they have a harder time with things like that, why then? So they cast a neurotypical person to act as an autistic person, and people are mad because they didn't cast an autistic person.
Cough,
But then thinking about the realities of casting an autistic person is quite hard, because autistic people need accommodations that other people don't, and unfortunately, accommodations cost money, and various things like that. Where most of the time, studios aren't willing to spend the extra cost it would cost to accommodate an actor who would portray the character perfectly.
Okay. Yeah, that's true. And I mean,
it's
cough, Sheldon.
Yeah, I mean, Sheldon could have easily been played by an autistic teenager, or not teenager, but like an autistic 25-year-old guy.
Yeah. Or
But
when
he wasn't. And I think
like,
while I think Jim Parsons did an excellent job, and I'm actually not convinced that Jim Parsons isn't somewhere on the spectrum, but um, that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. Where like it could be done with an autistic character. If you can do it with a disabled character, do it with a disabled character.
Yeah.
Is my thought.
Yeah,
If
I
you
get what you're
can,
saying.
then do.
Yeah. Oh, what? Yeah, we've talked a lot about things. Oh, books. We should talk about books that came out this year. Cough, cough, Scandar 2.
I was gonna say, yeah, that's the one you're gonna be on about, isn't it?
Oh man, I'm actually really excited that Scandar 2 is that came out this year. I also got around to reading a series called Fireborn, and I think I talked a little bit about it with you guys. But basically, there's it's basically child-friendly Witcher.
Interesting.
Yeah, so it's just it very much feels like The Witcher. They're hunting monsters and stuff like that, but at the same time, it's way more child-friendly and stuff like that. So it's just, I don't know, it's cool. I really enjoy it. So
That's
yeah. So yeah, the first book is just called Fireborn. The second book is something about phoenixes, I think. Let me make sure of that. Audiobooks finished. There we go. Let's see here. So, did I read that before or after that? I guess I read it after I finished all of those. Fireborn, Phoenix in the Frost Palace. That's what it was called. So that was the second book.
gotcha.
And then the third book is coming out this upcoming year. So,
Nice.
I think it's going to be coming out around the same time as Scandar 3.
When is Scandal 3 coming out?
In March.
Nice. Wow, that's really soon.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like
When did Scandar 2 come out? Wait.
March.
Really?
Yeah. It might have been April, but I think my information my stuff is being slow today. I was trying to look at Fireborn. Oh, well that's interesting. So apparently Fireborn 3 is going to be called Starling and the Cavern of Light.
Interesting.
So yeah, I'm intrigued to see exactly how that's going to be playing out. I think it was kind of weird though with Scandar specifically. I don't know much about Fireborn because I think it was around the same time, and I don't follow Fireborn nearly as much as I do Scandar, obviously. But because of the timing, Scandar 2 did not get as much press as Scandar 1.
That makes sense.
Yeah, primarily because of the fact that it was around the same time that frickin' the Sun and the Star, the Nico D'Angelo book, that came out at that same time. I think I think they released on the exact same day actually.
Oh, wow.
So yeah. But yeah, so this year Fireborn is going to be releasing in April, specifically April 16th. And then Scandar is releasing in... Oh, it's actually May. May 7th is when Scandar 3 is coming out.
Exactly 1 month after my birthday.
Yep. So, both books are going to be coming out after your birthday, unfortunately. But still, it's fun to see exactly, I'm excited to see what they're going to be doing. But at the same time, I'm wondering, like, what's the next step for the Percy Jackson universe? Because obviously we got both the Sun and the Star and the Chalice of the Gods both came out this year, which, wow. Both of those books were really good. I really enjoyed them. Did you
I haven't read them.
You haven't read them yet? Okay.
Not yet.
Okay. So yeah, the again, the Sun the Star, that was the Nico D'Angelo book, and it takes place after Trials of Apollo, while Chalice of the Gods takes place right after Heroes of Olympus.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So it's so at that as of that, it basically means that it's taking place before Trials of Apollo, which means that um Percy finds out that his mom is pregnant in this in Chalice of the Gods.
Oh gosh.
So yeah, which obviously in Apollo, his sister is born. So that's just kind of fun to think about. But yeah, so I don't know. It's just that's just kind of interesting to me. Is just like obviously everyone who had read the books at that point knew that Percy's mom had to be pregnant at this point in the Chalice of the Gods, but at the same time, Percy doesn't. So
Yeah.
I don't know. That was just it's just kind of interesting to think about. But yeah, I'm intrigued to see if they're gonna what they're gonna continue on, because I think that the next Percy Jackson book should be coming out next year, but I'm not certain when. Because Rick Riordan hasn't really posted anything about like the next books. I think like probably the main reason for that is just because of the fact that he's been focusing on the show and doesn't want to pull away attention from that.
That makes sense.
So I don't know. I'm intrigued to see what they're gonna do.
Amazing. So there's that.
Yeah. Let's see here. Does it have? Yeah. I don't know. I'm intrigued to see exactly what they're going to be continuing on with. But I'm assuming that they probably will be announcing another book before long, but they'll probably be doing it. I don't know. It's kind of hard to say, with just everything going on. Like I said, everything going on right now, and they're kind of more focused on the show right now, and the fact that they have to get this show going quickly, and
Yeah.
because these kids are gonna age very fast.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, Tyson. Do you think that Tyson is gonna? Do you think they're gonna cast an adult to play Tyson because of the fact that he's supposed to look much older, or do you think they're gonna have him be like a teenager?
I think they're gonna have a teenager play him, but like a bulky teenager. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Which is I don't know. It's gonna be intriguing to see exactly what they're gonna do with him. Obviously Tyson kind of doesn't get involved that much.
Yeah.
Like all things considered, like he's obviously important, especially in the next book, but he's not or the next season, I should say. But he's really not that important in the grand scheme of things, except for until Heroes of Olympus, and him and what's her name?
True. Ella.
Huh? Ella. Yes.
Ella.
Yes. Thank you. And then they're also both important in Apollo for a little bit, because of the fact that apparently they have to look at the Apollo has to look at one of the books. So. But that's about it. So I'm intrigued. I'm excited to see what they're gonna do with it. But it's obviously gonna be. It's gonna be a little bit before we see like the full extent of things. I don't know. But I also read The Beast Warrior this year, which that was a good book. Or not The Beast Warrior, The Beast Player. And I think I've talked about it a little bit with you guys, but I'm not going to go into too much detail with it, because
Yeah.
I've gone intense with that. Oh, and then I also read The Candy Makers, which you were
Yes,
bugging.
and the Candy Makers, the sequel, which you alerted me to the existence of, and holy shit, was that good.
Yeah.
But wild, right? The ending was just, I did not see that coming.
Yeah. I'm intrigued to see if they're ever going to create another book, but I don't know.
Yeah, you know, the whole magic tree really sealed it for me. I was like, you know what, that's good. I'm content with that, with how good that is, you know?
Yeah. So I don't know. I think that they probably will just keep it as it just being those two books, but I don't know. I'd like to see more from that author for sure. By Wendy Mass.
I mean, she has a bunch of other stuff, but yeah.
I'm intrigued. I might look more into what she's done and stuff. Well, that's interesting. Apparently, she's written a book called Pie in the Sky.
Yes.
That looks interesting. But yeah, I'm getting distracted. That's just a fact of that's just a way of the way things go here.
I was gonna say, welcome to Nerd Chat.
Yeah, pretty much. What else? Obviously, I reread Ender's Game, as well as read Speaker for the Dead and Ender in Exile. I have not read much more than that, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, that's fair. I haven't read much more of Promised Neverland.
Yeah, I mean, Ender's Game is good. I will say that 100%. That it's a good book, but at the same time, like after I think that it's a bit much to do more than one book at a time for that.
Oh, 100%. It is.
So, and I did I did 3 books back to back. So
Yeah, it is pretty intense. Once you get to a certain point, once you read Speaker for the Dead, and then you get into the whole Lusitania situation and dealing with the ethics and the morals and the difference between like the different races, and are the Pepequinos, are they really intelligent? Are the, you know, are all forms of them intelligent? Is the disease intelligent? You know, all this different stuff. It's crazy.
yeah, and yeah, just reading like Speaker for the Dead, that was just like
Xenocide was probably the weirdest one for me. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
That was the one that was like, okay, this is weird.
Yeah.
Because Jane is so much more of a character in that one, and it's just absolutely insane. And then Children of the Mind, I like literally was just like, I don't have words. No words.
Fair enough. Yeah. So basically, after like I said, I read Ender's Game, Speaker for the Dead, and Ender in Exile. Basically all 3 of those back to back. And then after that, I needed a break. And as that happened, Chalice of the Gods happened to come out right around that time. So I was just like, okay, we're skipping over to that. And I read that. And it was really good. And then
Nice.
after I did that Percy Jackson book, I reread the Skandar books. Still amazing, and it's honestly insane to think if you reread the books, especially rereading the first one after you've read the second one, it's kind of insane how much she set up, like all the way back at the very beginning.
Yeah.
Like she vehemently describes the tree as having the 5 different colors for each of the different trees, and since
Yeah.
you do later on find out that each of the trees is a freaking where a unicorn was buried, it makes so much sense after that there would be a wild unicorn buried under there.
Yeah.
So you've read the second book now, right? Fully?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
No.
So, I want to briefly talk about Skandar 3's cover. So after as soon as I shared the image with you guys, Joker in a private message to me said, "There's a spoiler on there. Should I mention it?" And I'm like, "No." And I didn't realize it at the time because I was like, "Oh, that's in the background. That's just an armored unicorn, right? That's just gonna be Bobby or something, right?" You look a little bit closer and you realize, oh no, No, that's the wild unicorn that freaking Kenna has. That's Kenna riding on a wild unicorn in the back.
Oh, nice. Didn't you say that Kenna becomes kind of bad though?
Uh, so I kind of said that it's heavily hinted, and it feels like it absolutely could go in that direction, that she could be going in a bad direction, and I don't think that they told us nearly enough, because they cut off her story as soon as she meets her mom. They do not go into any more detail after that. So any number of things could have happened between when that happens and when she and Skandar meet up again, and she could be completely lying about everything that she says after that point. And it just leads me to think that 100% she could absolutely be evil. Especially with the fact that if you look at the art, the cover art, she's literally zapping Scoundrel.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah, and neither of them look happy. So
that's not good.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see exactly what they're going to do with Skandar and Kenna, especially because it bothers me a lot that Kenna's eyes are red.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. That would be something.
So, yeah, I think that she absolutely could turn out to be very, very bad. Especially with the Chaos trials. So, I don't know. I'm excited to see what they're going to do for Skandar 3. But yeah, that's fun. It's still fun though to see like what are they gonna do with that. So yeah, and then after that I read a bit more mature of books. I read Fourth Wing and Iron Flame. I don't know if I mentioned those to you. Did I?
Yeah.
Okay. Basically, they're Dragon Rider books. But way more mature than like Aragon.
Right.
And as in their sex scenes.
Yeah, no, I remember hearing about that.
I think I absolutely did mention that to you. They were fine. I did enjoy them, and I'm kind of intrigued to see like what they're gonna do with the third book. Especially because like some things happen at the end of the second book, and I'm just like, you bitch. I don't know.
Love it.
Yeah, I really wanted to. I don't know. I got kind of mad at like some of the things that happen at the end of the final book, or at the end of the second book, because yeah, one of the main characters gets corrupted, and it's just like, no. I'm not gonna say who it is or anything like that, in case people do plan on reading it, and it has not been out that long, so 100% there are people who are going to be wanting to see who do not want to see spoilers. But yeah, I enjoyed it, and I think that a lot of other people will enjoy it. But I don't know when I don't know exactly when they're going to continue it. So yeah, I don't know. But yeah. So, what was your favorite part of the Pokemon DLC?
The design of the terrarium was really cool.
Okay. I think that's fair. Is that all you really have to say about that?
Well, I liked the concept of having had a school in Unova, and that's, where we are at and things like that. I would have liked to maybe explore Unova a little more, but other than that, like, it was good. Like, just the story felt good.
Yeah. And I'm excited to see what they're going to continue to do, because obviously with the start of the new year, we are going to be getting the epilogue happening. Let me make sure.
Yeah.
I think that I don't know if they do they have anything about that on the website? I don't know if they do. Shield Mask, no, they do not have the stuff about that yet. Unfortunately. Well, they might have it in events. Nope. Okay. So I guess so they still have yet to give an exact date. I think they did give an exact date, but for whatever reason the website does not say anything about it. I think it's January 11th. I don't quote me on that, but I think that's when that's going to be happening, and that's when we're going to be going to Kitakami with all of our friends. So I'm excited to see what exactly they're going to do with all of that. Whether it's like a huge long story or it's just like a or it's just like a short little thing. Either way, I'm good with that.
Yeah, I'm excited because I wanted our friends to go to Kitakami with us anyway.
Yeah, and honestly, I would love to see them also come with us to Blueberry Academy. Unfortunately, I think that the only thing that's gonna the only time that you're gonna be able to do that is with the coaches system.
Yeah.
Which I don't know if you looked into that too much, but basically, by inviting the coaches 3 times, you can trade them a Pokemon, and and once you do that, they'll give you a specific Pokemon for that specific trainer. And I don't know too much about it. I think it's just like it's a Pokemon that is connected to their specific type that they use. For the most part, maybe it's like something that they use specifically to them. I don't remember what exactly it is. I didn't pay too much attention, to be honest. But yeah, it's been fun. I'm excited to see exactly what they're gonna do with that. Like, I don't know. I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued and I'm excited. That's the gist of it. But yeah. In other news, it's about 40 minutes to the first midnight, which that's
wow.
Yeah. Only about like to be precise, it's like 38 minutes before we hit New York midnight. So we've spent a good amount of time talking about the past year. So I'm excited to see what exactly the rest holds in store. I think, yeah. So one thing that I do also want to mention about my plans for the new year, as I said at the earlier on in this video, or this live stream, I don't want to feel like I need to do content on every little thing that happens over the year. I think I will continue to do little bits of content talking about certain things. Like, obviously with Nerd Chat, I think that we will continue to talk about like certain things that are happening in the world. But as for my personal videos with the Show It Some Loves and other things like that, I'm going to try and focus more on stuff that is older, stuff that I really enjoyed when I was younger. I am planning on rereading Lily Quench, so look forward to a Show It Some Love on that at some point in the future. I'm not exactly certain what I will have to say yet, especially because it's a kid's book, so it could be very interesting. It could be something that I'll just be like, yeah, it's a good kid's book. If you you might want to get have your kids read it, because it's a heavy influence for like a lot of what has gotten me into dragons. Like, obviously Aragon was a huge important aspect to why I love dragons so much, but Lily Quench was that was the first real step, because of the fact that it was the first book that I really read that was about dragons, but it was also something that I could read myself.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, that's I feel like a normal nostalgia to have.
Yeah. So, and it's going to be interesting, to say the least, to see, like, how much I remember as I'm reading through the book, and just, like, because as as you and I both know, I do have dyslexia, so it's just like,
Mhm.
there are absolutely things that I could be misremembering about the series. But I am also planning on, after I have finished reading the first book, I do want to read the other books that exist, because apparently there are more Lily Quench books.
And you didn't know that?
I did not know that when I was first looking for this book. So once I've finished up reading this first one, I'm going to start looking for the other books, and I might try to get all of them just so I can read them all and see what the rest of those stories have in store for me. I am also planning on reading The Beast Warrior at some point. I just haven't gotten around to doing so yet. For those of you who are unaware, that is the sequel to The Beast Player. However, I believe that in the manga / the light novels, they're just in the same series. While obviously in the novels themselves, The Beast Player is first, and then The Beast Warrior. So I don't know. I'm intrigued to see what that's going to be like. And I think it's still funny to me with The Beast Warrior specifically, because when I was looking for it for the first time in my local Barnes and Noble, I went up to them and said, "Hey, do you happen to have this book? Do you happen to have The Beast Warrior?" And they're like, "Oh, looks like we should." And then we went looking for it, and we found it, and she said that apparently it had been there for 2 years, and that's just... It's insane to me that a book that I just was starting to get interested in it felt like it had been waiting for me for 2 years.
That's pretty crazy.
It is. It absolutely is. So I'm really glad that I was able to find that, and I'm excited to see like what The Beast Warrior has in store for me. I'm also planning, of course, to continue reading several more books, and I'm hoping to get back into reading manga, because believe it or not, I haven't been reading that much manga lately, despite the fact that I have a shit ton.
I have been.
Yeah, I'm well aware that you've been reading manga, but like, there are so like, just for an example, I have both volumes 10 and 11 of Reincarnated Sword. Have not read either of them. I have volume 10 of Spy Family. Haven't read that. Haven't read several volumes of Reincarnated Slime. Apparently, I haven't read 4 of the books of Yakuza Reincarnation. Which that's insane to me. Haven't read 3 books for Zom 100. So I'm just behind. I need to catch up, and I'm planning.
Yeah, you are, dude.
Yeah, I am so behind, and I'm planning on trying to catch up as much as I can. I think I'm gonna. So I have this idea to basically every day for as long as whenever I'm able to take an hour of every day to just read, and then an hour a day to write. And hopefully that can help me to just get shit done. Because obviously I need to finish Pelora. I need to finish... I need to read all of my manga, because I've got so much that I'm behind on. But, I don't know. So those are some goals that I have this year. Hopefully that'll work. I do not necessarily think that I'm going to keep up with the read for an hour and write for an hour every single day. It's just not feasible to do that every single day. But if I at least attempt that, I think that'll be good.
That's fair.
So I also know that there are going to be some more Show It Some Loves. I am figuring out exactly what books I want to get ready and put them out. And as for those of you who have been enjoying the Replaying Kingdom Hearts series, I will be continuing that. That will be a weekly thing every Wednesday. I'm going to be continuing to replay Kingdom Hearts. I'm going to try to keep it to I'm just going to play through the game. I am not going to be trying to get every single secret or anything like that. I am just mostly getting through the story as best as I can. And I'm going to be grinding a lot off stream just so that I'm able to do certain things. And there are absolutely going to be like secrets and stuff that I'm going to do off stream. So, such as for the most recent, for between replaying Kingdom Hearts, the first live stream and the second live stream, I did go and unlock Merlin, despite the fact that I could have done that much later. So, yeah. And it probably would have been better for me to have done it on stream, but at the same time, it was just, it needed to happen. So I wanted to, yeah. And I will continue to do, like I said, I will continue to do the replaying Kingdom Hearts. That will be and that will be every Wednesday. And I would also like us to figure out like an actual plan for doing Nerds Playing Games again.
I think that's a good idea. I would agree with that.
Like, I know that we're not going to be playing the same game every single time. But there are, like, a few things that I would absolutely love for us to do. And one of those things I do kind of want to keep a little bit of a secret because of the fact that I feel like it's not a guarantee. So I'm not going to... I don't want to reveal that in this... I don't want to say what it is right now in the live stream. But we will.
Will you text me? Because I'm confused.
Yeah, I'll talk. I'll text you to you right now.
Good, because I'm lost.
It's something that I would like to do on Nerds Playing Games, but at the same time, it's just kind of iffy. Where are you? That's me. Is that a Joker? It is a Joker. I'll just send it to the Dorks message group then. Hi, Joker.
Alrighty.
Hello.
How's your New Year's Eve going?
Tiring.
Tiring.
So, is your family driving you crazy?
Nope.
No?
No.
You sound tired.
Yeah, well, he did say it was tiring.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah,
I think it's funny that you...
Yeah.
4 hours of this.
4 hours. 4 hours of chaos at your house. Is that what you said?
No, you guys have 4 hours left to do on this nerd chat.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, we do. Don't worry, we were not expecting you to be a part of this for the entire thing. I'm the only one who has to be here for the entire thing, honestly. Because I did say that I would be do it. But Jackie boy, if you absolutely could, that would be great.
I mean, I don't have work tomorrow, so that's the plan.
Yep. Yay. So, yeah, so hopefully yeah. Hopefully does what I sent you make sense now on why I don't really want to talk about it here on the live stream?
I mean, kinda, but not really.
Okay. Like I said, we'll talk about it later. We'll go more in detail with it. It's just like, it is a thing that could be done on Nerds Playing Games, and I think that it might be very well be something that we do on Nerds Playing Games. But at the same time, it's kind of it's kind of iffy whether or not we actually do that whole idea. But yeah. As for other things I would like to do, I would like us to play more games just as a whole, because it's like, obviously we can play Fortnite, we can play Pokemon together, but for one thing, Pokemon is kind of in an off season soon. So it's like, what are we gonna do? So
do what I do and just continuously restart.
Yeah.
Pay the $20 a year for the 6,000 space home. and then just continuously put whatever Pokemon that you really like, or any shinies you find, or whatever, in home, and then restart, and
Fair
then
enough.
do fun different things each time. Like this time, I kind of want to do the whole bird team, or taking on the Elite Four, or I don't know.
No.
Or like this time, I'm really focusing on completing the decks instead of just doing the main story.
Yeah. Yeah, I think absolutely we could do some more stuff with Pokemon. We could do some more stuff with we could probably get back into Fortnite. I'm like, it's honestly at this point in time, I think that Lego Fortnite is a good option, but at the same time, I would like it to be like all three of us playing it together rather than just me and Joker playing it together and you just sitting in the background.
Yeah, I will be getting Wi-Fi hopefully on the 5th when I get paid.
Yeah. So I think that
Oh, that's not that far away.
what's up?
I said, oh, that's not that far away.
No, it's not.
It's like Saturday or Friday.
It's Friday. Yeah.
It is Friday. Yeah. That's not that far away.
Nope.
Which means hopefully by next Nerd Chat we could do something.
We might.
Yeah.
But yeah. So another thing that I've been trying to get you guys to do this. To play Final Fantasy 14. I understand that you guys do not have the best systems to do so, but I would absolutely.
Is it even on Switch?
No, it is not.
Well, there you go.
It would mostly be PC. Like it's PC and
Yeah,
PlayStation.
my
and
PC
that's
is a
it.
2015 Mac guy, so
If you want to invest in buying what was it? Gaming computers for everyone, then we could do it, but
I wish we could get like sponsored, and then that'd be so helpful.
Yeah,
ask
a
Fear Nothing.
sponsorship would be great, but
Google how
unfortunately,
to
it's
get
not
famous.
happening
Like-
when we only have 196 subscribers.
Right? How to get famous? Google search now. According to Ashley, it was all about the hashtags. So maybe that's a thing? I don't know.
I don't know. Like I think we could absolutely do some things, and I think it could be fun. But yeah, so obviously, Electro Ninjas Lab only has 196 subscribers right now, and then let me see, let me make sure I'm looking at the right thing. Nerds Playing Games has 5 subscribers, and I think that's around the same amount that Intrepid Books has. So, no matter all of my channel, the biggest channel that currently exists for me, at least, is Electro Ninjas Lab at 196, which that would be the first channel to get a sponsorship, or to get just paid in general, because it's important to remember with that is in order to be eligible for any monetization, you have to have 500 subscribers. And but in order to actually get like watch page ads and stuff like that, and ads in general, basically the only thing so what you get at 500 subscribers is you get memberships, supers, and shopping, and that's it. And technically we already have a shop, so yeah. So so you first we would need to get to 500 subscribers in order to get those little things, and then at 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours, then we would get the watch page ads and the shorts feeds ads.
Yeah.
So, needless to say, it will take a while.
Okie dokie. Bye, Joker.
Oh, did we lose him? Oh.
Yeah, he sent a text.
Okay, cool. So at some point, I think we could absolutely get to earning money on here on YouTube, but it's gonna take a long fucking time. And well, I think like what I would kind of like to do is like maybe we could do something where we could have more I think the best way that we could do things is like maybe we post more content or something like that. That could get more eyes on our stuff, especially like if we were to do shorts or I was to do more videos. But at the same time, it's just keeping up to date with things is so tedious, and there's like 1,000 people talking about all of these older all of the new things, and it's a lot harder to stand out. So whether or not so if that works, cool. If it doesn't, I'd honestly, that's just, it feels like it would just be way more work to just put out the content than it would be to do just reviews and stuff, reviews and theories as I feel like it. And that's kind of what I want to be doing. So
I like that idea, yeah.
So do what we want to do, and if we can get to that point, great. But at the same time, I am not expecting YouTube to just blow up overnight, because it's not going to happen.
Yeah, and that's a realistic thought.
So I don't know. I mean, I'm intrigued to see exactly what happens, but for now, it's just it's gonna be a long time before we are getting money for this, especially with YouTube being the way that it is.
True.
So I don't know. We'll see how things go. For now, yeah, we'll get to it when we get to it, and that's fine. So yeah. What was I gonna talk about? I don't know. I think so where are you currently in Pokemon? That you're
I am about to go take on Cascaroffa Gym, the water gym.
Oh wow. So that's still pretty early. All right.
I'm about halfway.
Halfway, yeah. Okay. That makes sense. I mean, to be fair,
Yeah,
that's one of the easiest ones, especially if you go with Sprigatito.
I actually went with Quaxwell this time.
Oh. Well, it still could be pretty easy, especially if you have Belly Bolt, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the first thing I did was, of course, the Bug Gym. And then second thing I did was Cloth. Third was Artisan, so the Grass Gym. Fourth was the Fire Crew. Fifth was the Lavencia Gym. Sixth was the Bombardier, and then seventh was the Dark Crew. So I kind of went out of order this time.
Yeah, I think it's kind of funny though with the Dark Crew specifically. Technically, they're supposed to be the first one that you do of the of them, but at the same time, everything before it is higher level than the Dark Crew.
True.
Meanwhile, the Fire Crew is like much higher level than the stuff that's around it.
Mm-hmm.
Which is just, it's kind of bizarre, honestly. And it's the only one that is like, those two just feel like they're out of place and they should have been the other way around.
Kinda, yeah.
I don't know. That's just, that's my first thoughts. And then also with that, it's like, I think the Dark Crew was actually my third of those of the Team Star Crews that I did, just because it's kind of like out of the way comparatively. Like you can easily go to Cascaroffa without ever seeing the Dark Crew.
True.
So I don't know. That's just my like first thoughts on it. But I think I went all the way up to the Poison Crew before I did the Dark Crew, which, granted, that's in the other direction, but still.
Yeah.
I don't know. I still like the idea that a lot of people have had the same idea with Pokemon, that they should do um, they should really make it so that it's easier to do any gym, any whatever the challenges are in any order that you want to do them. But at the same time, it also makes sense why they haven't. But like with this game specifically, it feels weird the way that like if you don't want if you don't want the gyms to be if you want the gyms to be the only thing that actually you could do in any order, I think that would have been fine, because they're actually trying to be training you and helping you to get better. So you start like each trainer, each of the gyms will do like a slightly more challenging gym, depending on when you take them on. That's how their team works. So like technically you could go all the way around in a circle, and you won't have to worry too much about like what order.
It would be cool if they just kind of leveled with you.
Yeah,
Like,
I think the gyms leveling up with you would make a lot of sense.
if it kind of went, no matter what one you do first, it's always going to be this level.
Yeah.
First level, second level.
But I do think that the best one thing that they that I do like the way that they did it for this game, but I think that they should have done it a little bit better with like the DLC is your areas, each area has a set level that's supposed to be. So like on either side of the main town, a lot of those are like 10 to 15, I think, if I'm remembering correctly. Yeah. And then the next layer up is like 20 to 25. And it just goes up from there all the way up to like 40, I think. Or no, 50, sorry.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the furthest out layer that you can go is late 40s, early 50s.
Yeah.
So like 45 to 55, I think. And that's where the fighting type Team Star battle is, I believe. I believe that's the highest level thing in the main world. And then a lot of the stuff that's in Area 0 is like 50s, late 50s, early 60s.
Yeah.
Which I think that was reasonable. I think that was a good idea. I think that in Kitakami, I think that they should have also done something similar with that. I think that that things should have leveled up slowly, and they especially like with that specifically. My main thinking with it is because of the fact that you can go there really early on in your gameplay.
Oh. No, I read about that. So if you go there, so like if you did what I did and you restarted and you got the phone call from Jacques right at the beginning of the treasure hunt,
yeah,
and you went to Kitakami right then, they only are like level 20.
Yeah, and I think that's a reasonable thing. I think that certain areas, maybe not certain areas, but certain Pokemon maybe are like much higher level, like the really big Pokemon, and it's like. Yeah, clearly you don't want to be going up against a King's Gambit on your own that early.
Yeah.
Because it is a much higher level Pokemon, and they're stuck at these levels that make sense for that specific Pokemon.
Yeah, I like that idea as well. I do think it does that to some extent. Like when you see the groups of Pokemon in the overworld, a lot of times the whatever is like the quote unquote parent Pokemon of the group is a slightly higher level than the babies.
Yeah, and I think that at least to the point where it's where it normally would be able to evolve. That's usually what I think happens. But it's just like I think it feels weird to me that I'm going into an area, especially like if I'm going to specifically if I go to Blueberry Academy and every single Pokemon is like level 60, including the starters, that feels off to me.
Yeah.
I think at maximum, if they are going to level them up with you, the baby Pokemon, so like should never be a level above what they would be before they evolve. So like if you
Yeah.
so Doduos should all be under whatever that level is. I'm forgetting it off the top of my head.
Doduo isn't baby though. It's just the first evolution.
It's the first evolution, but it's the first stage. So yeah. But like Doduo should maybe like
Pichu is a baby.
Huh?
Pichu's a baby.
Yeah. Doduo, let's
And
take a look.
Dratini.
Yeah. So Doduo evolves into Dodrio at 31. So at maximum, Doduo should never be above level 30. I do not. I think that Doduo being above level 30 makes no sense. It should never be above that level. So
Yeah, I agree. It is kind of weird. I can see for Pokemon where it takes like a specific thing to evolve them, or kind of things like that, not being seen too often in the wild.
Yeah.
But when there's just like a fucking Dugtrio or what is it, Diglett, that's like a level 55. I'm like, are you fucking serious with this?
Yeah. Like if it's a Pokemon that evolves with a different method, that is not level up, then I can kind of understand that, unless it's friendship. If it's a friendship evolution, it should be level 5.
Yeah.
Like, and I will stand by that no matter what the fuck it is. If at some point in its evolution, it needs to evolve in using friendship, level 5 is the max that it can be. Out in the wild, because it's just bizarre. It's weird. I don't like it. But speaking of which, there are 8 minutes left until midnight in New York. So we have been going for nearly 2 hours.
All right. Well, on that note, I'm gonna go use the bathroom. I'll be back.
Yeah, fair enough. Not mean to do that. All right. So let's see here. So for those of you who are watching the live stream, thank you. Looks like we currently have 1 viewer. Thank you to whoever you are. We have at one point reached 2. I wish that person had stayed, but oh well. Again, to whoever is here, thank you. And to
You're welcome.
anyone else who comes. Oh, is it you?
Yeah, I think so.
You're the only one watching currently?
Probably.
Yeah, thank you anyways.
I'm the only one commenting too. Whoever the other one was didn't comment.
Yeah.
In the
That's just the
chat.
way it is. Live streams don't get my live streams don't get that much people. At least not when they're live.
People.
Yeah, I'm
I
aware.
saw Joker was here. What happened to Joker?
He had to go away. He apparently his brother wanted to do something.
Did you make him disappear?
No.
Oh, is he coming back?
I'm assuming so. At some point. But I'm not gonna hold my breath.
It's a slacker.
Yeah, a little bit. But that's okay.
I don't know. He does other things, I guess, but
Yeah. And to be fair, this is a very late night thing, and he's an hour. Yeah,
Ahead.
an hour ahead of us.
yeah. Hey, it's okay.
But 6 minutes until midnight.
At least that's what the screen says.
Yep.
That was Ochako.
Wait, what?
What?
What's Ochako?
There's you have these pictures going by on your stream.
Oh,
So
yeah, we have So I have a image slideshow that's basically just pulling from my green screen uh, list, and they are repeating, unfortunately much faster than they should be, but
Oh.
I think it's still fine the way that it's going, because there's a lot of cool especially the stuff that is for Hunters Guild Red Hood, because that 100% everyone needs to read Hunters Guild Red Hood, because it's so sad that it's just gone.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyways, almost 4 minutes.
Well, Quaxwell is evolving.
Woo!
Woohoo! And there it is, the answer to what if Blaziken was a bottom.
Wow.
Tell me I'm wrong.
Why is that accurate? That should not be as accurate as it is.
And yet, here we are.
Oh my gosh. But, yep. 3.5 minutes left before New York hits midnight. Oh yeah. Oh, and there you go, posting Spyro stuff and all your other stuff.
put that live.
We might be able to.
What are we doing live?
He shared an image of his Spyro stuff in the Discord. Let's see if I can.
All my little doodads up on my shelf here that I got over the years. If you can name every character in there, you get a cookie, maybe.
You gonna have Carlin make those cookies for us?
Which cookies?
Any
let's see.
cookies.
Spyro, Froppy, Stitch, Ahsoka, Yaskir, Aragorn. I think at least one of those is Frodo, right?
Actually, that's not Aragorn.
Huh? Oh, that is not Aragorn. You're right. That's freaking what's his name?
Actually, wait, is it? Oh yeah, it's not.
That's what's his name. Why am I forgetting his name?
the one who died.
Yeah, I'm aware. Why am I struggling with his name? I don't know. And then 2 hobbits. One of those is Frodo, right?
No, it's Merry and Pippin.
Okay. Fair enough. And then obviously in the background is the frickin'
Basically, it's the Fellowship B team.
That is accurate. Don't you have more of those guys
No,
I thought you did.
some guy just gave them to me because they were left over from something.
Oh, okay.
It's like the one decent person who I worked at a certain company I worked with.
Certain evil assholes?
No, not that. No, well, they were evil assholes, but they weren't literally called that.
Okay.
Did you work for a company literally called Evil Assholes once?
EA.
Yeah.
Evil assholes.
Wow.
Now, some people like to call them Electronic Arts, but I don't believe that.
Oh, gotcha. I'm tracking now.
Yep.
I was very lost, but I hear you now.
Yeah.
So how many Spyros do you see there?
5.
Oh, there's 6.
Oh, yep. I'm sorry. Yeah, I was looking at the 5 on the right, and I completely forgot about the little wheelie guy.
Oh, you forgot the wheelie guy. Actually, there's 7, but he can't be seen. Yeah, you can't see one of them.
Okay.
I should rearrange it. But yeah, so you saw the one that's like hiding in the little between Froppy and Ahsoka.
Yeah, it's so sad that that his stand got broken.
Yeah. So do you see who's between 2 of the Spyros though?
I see Froppy. Oh!
Uh-oh.
Oh my gosh, how did I miss him? I missed Vivi.
Yep.
I completely missed Vivi. How freaking dare I?
Oh, did we have to wish them, are we past midnight?
Oh, yeah, we are officially at midnight. I can't believe we got distracted talking about things. Happy
New York.
midnight! It is officially Happy New Year to everyone over in New York and the East Coast.
That clock doesn't update, like, very well.
Yeah. So basically, what happens is that if I'm Edge, I'm using Edge as my as the open page for the to watch the clocks. So if I so if the last thing I clicked on besides OBS was something else, or if I open up Discord, or if I open up GOG, or I open up Chrome, then it just stops updating.
Oh gosh,
Yeah, it's not great.
not the livest stream, is it?
No. But yeah, it is officially midnight. Happy New Year to everyone over in New York, everyone in every state that is on the East Coast, and I know that there's more of you guys that are part of that time zone. I'm just forgetting right now.
Probably
But-
some Canadians.
Yeah. Happy New Year to the Canadians. Happy New Year to everyone who was beforehand that we just unfortunately we couldn't keep we started this stream kind of late in the night, so obviously we weren't gonna be able to get to everyone. But yeah, there are only a few more time zones left. So Happy New Year, New York.
The ball has dropped. All right.
Yep, the ball has dropped. So, yep, now we just have Chicago in an hour, Salt Lake City in 2 hours, and then us in 3. Oh,
Who's this us?
everyone on the West Coast. Because all three of the people in this stream are in Pacific Standard Time.
Who? What? The what? What?
Everyone in the
Everyone here is in the same time zone.
yeah.
I'm broadcasting live from Mars.
Oh, are
You're
you?
full of shit. I didn't realize your house was a split planet house.
Yeah, that
Hey.
that would be weird. But
You have
yeah,
a special portal you want to share with the class there, bud?
no, I do not want to tell you about the secret teleporter in my closet.
Cause I'm the queen of Mars, I was invisible on Earth. It only took a magic portal to Mars to give me some self-worth.
Okay then.
You act like
Alrighty
you've never
then.
seen Phineas and Ferb.
No, I have not.
I try not to.
I
Well,
do need
you
to
I
get
don't
around
care
to it
about
at some
him
point,
needs
but
to see it. Hey, stop it, cat.
he's anxious. I'm surprised that we haven't heard any fireworks.
I've been hearing them all fucking night.
Yeah.
That is weird.
Yeah, but it's weird for us that we haven't heard them here.
It is weird. On Mars here, they're like going all the time.
Sure they are.
Hmm.
I think I'm getting an invasion from Venus, so I think I'll have to duck out for a little while.
Cool. Have fun. So, yeah. So what do we want to talk about for the next hour?
Big Mac is a cake.
Excuse. Oh, it is, isn't it? Based off of the post that you shared.
It is, yeah.
So for those of you who are wondering what exactly we're talking about, Jack decided to share in our group chat an image of hot dogs aren't sandwiches, they are tacos. I don't make the rules, and then it's a picture of like several different things, the cubes of food. The cube rule of food identification. So salad, no sides are
Bread.
bread, yes. Toast, only one side is bread. A
The
sandwich.
bottom is bread.
Huh?
Let me do this. You're fucking it up.
Am I? Yes, probably.
Yes. All right. So a salad has no bread. Toast is just the bottom is bread. A sandwich has top and bottom bread. A taco has bottom and sides bread. Sushi has all 4 sides bread. Quiche has bottom and sides but no top bread. Calzone has all 6 sides bread. And cake has bread layers.
So, yep, Big Mac is a cake.
Yep. And these mini corn dogs I'm eating, calzones.
Wait. Oh, yeah, they would be calzones, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then, what was this other thing that you posted? I know everyone thinks Hemingway has a ultimate 6-word story, but may I present
6-word story.
6-word story? But may I present?
Warning: low-flying owls, lost Chihuahua.
Yeah, I wonder where that lost Chihuahua is.
Probably in an owl pellet currently.
Well, by now it's probably disintegrated. Because that was
Yeah.
years ago.
It doesn't really say when it was.
No, but I think I saw that like years ago.
Oh.
Like back in high school. So.
That's getting more and more long ago, and I don't like it.
Yeah, fair enough. Like like honestly thinking about that is just absolutely insane how long ago high school was. Like official like let's see here. So we graduated in 2017. So what?
No, I'm just getting mad at my game, sorry.
Okay. So it is officially 2024 in some places, but 2023 right now for us. So it has been 6 years since we graduated high school.
Ew.
And, well, more accurately, 6.5. Which, that is insane to think about. Like, it's a little bit less than that, but you get the point. We are rapidly approaching 7
Don't say it.
years out of
I
high
thought you were
school.
gonna say 10. I was like, boy, don't say it.
To be fair,
I
though,
was like, I know you're not gonna walk up to me and tell me we almost at 10 here.
yeah. Well, I mean, honestly, it was insane to me when I was thinking about it earlier this year. Is this year was the 8-year anniversary of the channel starting.
Wow, that's a lot.
Yeah. So next, so 2024 is going to be the 9-year anniversary, and 2025 August is going to be the 10-year anniversary of this channel, and that is insane to think about.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And honestly, I think the biggest thing that is just so interesting is to look at how much I, as a person, have changed throughout the time on this channel.
I present, we are different.
No, you are not. Do not fucking play that song. Oh
I'll tell
my!
ya, I thought about it.
Oh my gosh, that was so fucking long ago. That was 7 years ago.
Yes, it was.
Also, it's kind of insane to think about, but my first Thanksgiving song, "Walking Around the Turkey Bar," was 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Along with 25 Days of Nerdy Christmas.
Which was the longest fucking thing you ever did, and it was horrible.
That song was
Not
so
the
long.
song was horrible, but that it was horrible to like sit there and have you be like, all right, I need all these things, and it just took 5 ever, and it was just not worth it.
Yeah. I mean, it don't like I think it's funny if you look over all of my songs, it is absolutely fucking disgusting that I Am Different still has the most views.
That may or may not be because I show it to people.
Why do you show it to people?
Because I think it's fucking hilarious.
That song is so fucking bad. To be fair, it did hit, like, I think 500 views really early because of the fact that I was pushing it a lot in high school because it was for a class project. And it was so stupid to me that, like, part of the grade was to get it to have a certain number of views.
Yeah, that's kind of dumb.
That was so fucking dumb. And it's just like, I don't know. Like, at the same time, I'm glad of what I did but this, to make it, but at the same time, it was like, no.
Yeah.
But that's also kind of funny because, obviously, so I wrote it. I sang several parts of it. And then Moon and I think Rosetta and Trinity, they both sang parts, and Josh sang parts.
Josh Bowders?
Yeah.
What?
I think that he did. Because
How do I
it
not
says
remember
straight
that?
on there Stev 10.
Yeah.
And that's still what he goes by. So yeah. So yeah. He sang, like, I think it's it's that really it's that boy voice. It's the boy voice that he did. I
Well,
believe.
you had a boy voice too.
Yeah, but it was like the one who sings the chorus after when I think it was like a boy walked down that same old road or whatever, that part, and then he was the one who sang the chorus after that. I don't know. I could be wrong. I think that's what it was. But yeah, that song is just, it's the one song that I have written that is not available anywhere but YouTube. And for good reason. But yeah. Holy crap. I just realized something and it's kind of hilarious. Quixote is 9 subscribers behind me right now.
Nice.
So that's fun. That is very fun. Oh, yeah. Did I not? I did not do that. That is interesting. I will need to fix that later. Okay. But I don't know. I'm intrigued to see like what else is going to be what this future year has in store for us, because it's going to be interesting to say the least, to see like what exactly we're going to end up doing. I am also excited to see if more people are going to be buying our merch. Just a shameless plug right now. There is now a new phone case which I have in real life, and it is very nice. I am very proud of it. We also have the Intrepid Books wall calendar, so go check out those. It has a cover. It has basically my personal design for several different covers of the upcoming books. January is Sting's Adventures, and I'm not going to go over each of the other ones, but Pelora is in January, February, March, April, May. So that's May, and then the rest of them, let's see. So I know we talked about Demon Detective in the past, so that is October. Steampunkette is May? No, that's April. Sorry. That's April. So Steampunkette is April. The Quest is March. And I don't think that I've ever like officially talked about any of the other ones. But yeah, so those all exist. Go check them out if you're interested. We still have the 8-year anniversary hoodie. I will be getting rid of that next year. Exactly when that's going to happen, I don't know, but it will be happening at some point. There's also the Nerds Playing Games cooler for your drink. There's the Shion hoodie, the Electro Ninja hoodie, the Pelora skater dress, the Nerds Playing Games, or no, sorry, that's the Nerd Chat t-shirt, Dungeon Master Mitch, freaking Sherpa blanket. Joker has some socks and a mug. There's the Interplanetary Protection Force uniform. The Nerdy Birdies Intrepid Books metallic cup or mug. An Electro Ninjas Lab zipper wallet. IPPF bottle opener. To Be Frank dad hat.
I want the dad hat. I should get that.
You should get the dad hat. And there's a lot more. So definitely, if you are interested in our merch, there is a whole bunch more. Absolutely go check them out. I am going to continue to add more stuff to the merch store over the next year. What exactly that means, I don't know yet. We shall see. But I think I want to make sure that any of the designs that I do put on the merch store, I want to make sure that I am very proud of them. I'm going to I'm currently working on drawing up a design of the Electro Ninjas Lab playing Blood on the Clock Tower, which all of us know that I have absolutely loved playing and running Blood on the Clock Tower recently, and I want to look more into it. And every single one of our so a whole bunch of our characters are different characters from Blood on the Clock Tower, specifically Trouble Brewing script. So, for example, Electro Ninja is the Slayer, Shion is the Soldier, Jack is the Raven Keeper, Joker is an imp who is pretending to be the mayor, and so on and so forth. I'm currently working on that. When exactly that will be releasing, I do not know, but you can expect that when I have finished drawing all of it, it will be going up on I will be posting it on YouTube as well as pretty much all of my social medias, and then it will be getting some form of merch. So
nice.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to see how that's going to turn out.
Carmen, can you relax, please?
No,
Thank
she
you.
can't.
Yeah, seriously.
Oh my gosh. But yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to see what else we will continue to make over the next few years. I will be doing a anniversary shirt each year, and I'm going to try to keep that to just during the specific month. So I'm gonna just keep it in August. So it will be a more limited time thing than the 8-year anniversary. However, the thing about that is that I do plan on bringing back 8 and 9 will both be coming back for the 10-year anniversary. I will not be bringing back any of the other ones just because of the fact that those are on a different system, on a different merch store. Spreadshirt, the Spreadshirt merch store is still available. You can still go to it. The only problem is that because of the fact that there were a lot of issues with them, that is why that merch store is no longer as active. So if you guys do still want things from there, great, go for it. But at the same time, I do not expect it to have too much. So yeah. But yeah. In other news, what nerdy stuff are you excited for this upcoming year?
No idea.
Okay. I would say I'm excited to see what they're going to do for the next Pokemon game.
Yeah.
Like, obviously at this point in time, it is a bit early to say what exactly is going to be the next Pokemon game, but I feel confident in assuming that there will be another Pokemon game this year. And my guess is that it's either going to be Legends Unova itself, or it's going to be the Unova remake, and then the Legends Unova game itself will be coming out in January next year, just like they did with Legends Arceus and BDSP.
Yeah. I don't know. See, like, part of me hopes that the first thing they'll do is, like, the remake. And then, like, the other parts of me are like, well, you know, I don't know. So, my feeling is that Violet and Scarlet were done, to me, they were done well enough that if they try and do remakes, it's going to be hard to go back to that format of, okay, now you have to go left. Okay, now you have to go right. Okay, now you have to go to this gym. Okay, now you know, because it would be hard to go back to that level of restriction.
Yeah. And with that as well is, like, the thinking about it is just, with the previous remakes up until BDSP, is that they were remakes, and they significantly improved so much. Whether you're looking at the Fire Red, Leaf Green, or you're looking at Heart Gold, Soul Silver, or you're looking at Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire, all three of those, they significantly added things. They improved the quality so much. And even Let's Go Eevee and Let's Go Pikachu, they did quite a bit to improve them.
Yeah.
And, like, I'll admit, I'm not that big of a fan of the Let's Go games. I was not. But they still, I think the main reason for why I didn't like them as much is just because of the fact that it felt very much like Go. And I really wasn't that big of a fan of Go. What were you saying?
I have not played the Let's Go games. I want to. They're in my Amazon cart, but that's probably going to be like a tax return pay thing, you know?
Yeah.
Tax return purchase. Since I did just buy Tears of the Kingdom.
Yeah. Like, I mostly watched a lot of... I watched videos about it, and that was the... and from watching those videos, I realized that I really didn't want to play the game.
Yeah.
And as such, I just haven't gotten around to even purchasing the game. And
Tesla really liked them, so that's kind of what I'm going off of.
Okay. And I'm sure that they're good. I'm sure that they are good, but at the same time, it doesn't... It's not really my cup of tea. And that's just...
That's fine. You don't have to defend yourself to me.
Yeah. I'm not trying to defend myself to you. I'm just, like, explaining my...
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying. You don't have to, you know, I'm not over here like, oh my god, how dare you not like them.
Yeah. So, I don't know. That's just... those are my thoughts. It's fine. Whatever. I don't care. It can exist. But I think... with Black and White 3... is I don't want, like you're saying, I don't want to go back to the way that things were.
Right.
And,
it would be really cool to have an open world Unova.
Yeah.
Where they did, you know, it's a... Carmen, get up. Maybe it's, maybe it is, you know, maybe you do... Part of it is you're at Blueberry Academy, and then... or you're a student who usually goes to Blueberry Academy, but then you're home on break.
Yeah, something like that. I don't know. It would just...
You're home on break, and during that time, you have, like, an internship with the professor.
Yeah.
And then Unova's open world. So you still can go to the gyms, you still can do a lot of things, but... Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. And...
Why is there a flashing light outside?
I think the big problem with Unova is, well, I do think, whatever the case is, I think I will enjoy it.
Security.
But, primarily because of the fact that, I have not played Unova fully ever. So I think that when I do get around to playing the game, I think that I will enjoy it. What exactly that means, I don't know yet. Because
Honestly, I'm saying this with my whole chest right now. Hear me say it. I'm gonna play whatever Pokemon Game Freak releases. Because let's face it, they've had me by the balls since I was 9. That's not even an exaggeration, you know? Like, I was in the 4th grade.
I mean, fair. Yeah, my main thinking is just like, because it's my only real problem is that I haven't gotten around to playing it, and I need to get around to playing it. I have one of the games. I don't remember which one it is. I think I'm gonna whatever I do, I'm probably gonna restart the game because I didn't get that far. I think I only got to like whatever that first city is
In which game?
in Black or White,
Oh.
one of those two.
Yeah.
So I need to get. So first off, I need to play the game. I just need to. I want to play either Black or White, and I'm gonna try and go through that. But so I first need to go through that game, and then I want to get Black and White too. And kind of my goal would be what I would like to do. And I'm not saying that I will. I probably won't be able to get this all done, but I would like to get through the entirety of the Black and White series before the end of the year.
Like, you want to watch the show?
No, the
Are you fucking serious,
I've already
Jasper?
watched the show. That's not the problem. I
Oh.
want to get through the game. So
Yeah, that's fair.
I want to play through Black and White, and then I want to play through Black and White 2. Whichever, like, I don't care which version it is, I want to play through one of them and get through the freaking game.
That's fair.
And so my current plan at this point in time is restart at some point this year. I am going to restart whatever version I have right now. In fact, I'm just going to check which version it is right now because why not? Let's see here. Which version is it? So I have White version. So I'm going to play through White version. I'm going to play through the entirety of White version, and then I'm going to buy Black 2, or I'm going to attempt to buy Black 2, and I'm going to play through all of that.
Honestly, a remake cartridge is just fine as long as it works.
Yeah. Basically, my goal right now is just when I get to, I'm gonna go to my local used game store and I'm going to ask them, do you have Black and White 2? Either or. I do not care which. I just want one of them. Preferably black, but if you only have one, I will take one of them. And I'm probably gonna be doing that tomorrow, later in the day.
Just for the record, Pokemon Black 2 is $600 on Amazon.
Yeah. To be fair, I don't think that the used game store is going to be that much.
No. Renewed, it's $197. The original Black version is $118.
Yeah. To be fair, usually this
that's a
used
lot.
game store puts the games at relatively reasonable prices. The only game I think that they do not have at a reasonable price is Lunar, just because of how rare it is.
That's fair.
And that's like $100 something, and it probably should be more. Like, here, let me look at that really quick. Lunar game. All right. Shopping. Lunar 2, $60.
That's
Uh,
not bad.
Lunar 1, 134, or rather 135.
Hmm.
So yeah, and yeah, I don't know what how much exactly it is, but yeah, and I think it's somewhere around there for, and that's just like the random Google shopping thing that I went on, and it was just like used DK oldies, and I have no idea what that store is. I do not want to even check that store. That's just what it is, and it's whatever. I got my PSP version. I'm good. I don't need to worry about it. It's Japanese. I can learn how to read Japanese.
That's fair.
So, yeah, I can deal with it. I can so that's fine. Speaking of which, it is 30 minutes to Chicago getting frickin' to midnight. It being the new year.
Yes, it is.
That this is going. This is starting to go a little bit slower than I was expecting. Honestly, I kind of wanted. I was hoping that we would have like more people showing up, but it's whatever. I understand. I know why everyone's doing their own thing. Everyone needs to have some. They're celebrating the holiday with their families and stuff,
Yep.
and that's a good thing. So, if you can celebrate the holidays with your family, absolutely do so, or with your friends. And hopefully you don't get called out to be like, "Help me, I'm drunk."
True.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. But I'm thinking when we get closer to our midnight, I might grab a drink of probably some wine or something.
Yeah.
But we'll see what happens. I'll think about it. So I kind of want to talk about like some of the games that I've been that I recently have been playing, messing around with. So for Christmas, Quixote gave me Potion Craft and Lego Brick Tales.
Okay.
Have you heard of Potion Craft?
No.
Okay, so it's basically a game where you make potions and then you sell them to customers, and that's it. That is your only job. And you
Oh.
I haven't done too much yet. I've basically just messed around with like the tutorial, and and we'll see how things go from there. But it's been interesting. It's been fun to just mess around with what the game has so far. And yeah, so that's Potion Craft, and then Lego Brick Tales. Let me get to that. That is basically just a simple game where you build things in order to get around. I think you've probably seen like clips of it, where you basically put together certain things in order to move a character along a path. But yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna. I'll probably get around to it playing more of it eventually. It's just I haven't had much time since it's obviously only been a week. But yeah. So did we play Cult of the Lamb this year? Oh
Yes.
no, it was last year.
I've played it this year though.
Okay. I was like I was trying to remember because it was like it was over a year ago that that it came out, and I played it when it first came out.
Yeah, it was fun. It's a fun game if you're down to just play a little idle game.
Yeah. And yeah, so that was fun. When was the last time I played Stardew? Was it really a year ago that I last played Stardew Valley?
Wow.
That's shocking to me. To be fair, there haven't been like updates and stuff to it recently, but I still keep up to date with like a lot of the information and stuff. And apparently there is going to be an update soon. Did you hear about that, or Jackie Boy?
Hold on one sec.
What happened?
Sorry, Nis has been sending me reels.
Oh, fun. So, yeah, did you hear about Stardew Valley getting 1.6?
Yes.
So of what you've heard about, what are you most excited about being added?
I haven't heard about that much
Okay.
actually. So what do you can you tell me what's like
Yeah, let me go ahead
rumored?
and make sure that I get the actual information. We went too far. Valley. Ah. $1.6. Okay. Let me see if I can find the image. So, for one thing, I know that there's the big chest. Here we go. Here's some information. So, there's going to be a new festival. A new major festival. There's going to be 2 new mini festivals. There's going to be some new lake content, which expands on each of the skill areas. New items and crafting recipes. Some new stuff with Joja, so that things are just slightly different near the end of the game. Because obviously once you complete the island with that, then it's very different. Because yeah, basically instead of having to give the parrots items, you're going to be giving them money instead for doing Joja.
Interesting.
So that's one thing. Over 100 new lines of dialogue. They're officially adding winter outfits for the villagers.
That's neat. Oh, so they won't be wearing shorts in the middle of winter? That's good.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they're like gonna do like different outfits for each season. But I'm not. I don't know for sure if he's gonna do that. He only specifically mentioned winter outfits, so probably not. But that'd be interesting.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to see.
Then there will be a new type of reward for completing billboard requests. PC support for 8 players multiplayer. Many small additions and adjustments, new farm type, new secrets, and more. So that
8 players, it sounds kind of awesome.
It does. We don't have 8 players, but
no, but if you put 8 cabins in there so that you could host up to 8 players, and you have a open save, then you can have people rotate in and out.
Yeah, that's true. So that would be interesting. I know that we've there have been he has specifically shown regular he's shown that there's going to be big chests. Let me see here. So Concerned Ape, here we go. So so he posted a thing about the new year, as well as some Christmas stuff. Big chest. Apparently he's doing something. Wild horseradish juice. That's something. Oh, hats are going. You're going to be able to put hats on your pets.
Nice.
Yeah. And that's Chocolatier images. And that's the thing that I just went over. So he hasn't gone over too much at this point in time. What exactly he's going to continue to do, I have no idea. He's been relatively quiet on exactly what he's working on. But I think that it's going to be interesting, to say the least. They like I said, he's been really quiet. I've only seen like a few things from him, but yeah. But needless to say, I'm intrigued to see exactly what they're planning. In all of the little details, everyone's been talking about like, ooh, what is this gonna have? What is this gonna be? But also with the images about like the information about the new update, he has like a whole bunch of specific images that are kind of interesting, and I'll go ahead and send that image to you.
Okay.
Just so you can see it. Whee. Paste and send. So, and that there's not too much in it. It looks like there's a coffee cup, there's a new totem, there is a quiver. Looks like Mr. Key has a different design if you went with Joja, is my guess.
Yeah.
Some stuff with bushes, some stuff with some weird ticket, some mystery item thingy, frogs. And yeah, I'm intrigued. I'm excited to see exactly what they're going to do with it.
New farm type. That's gonna be fun. 2 new mini festivals.
Yep.
A new major festival.
Yep.
No, this actually looks super cool.
Yeah. And it's
I should get back into playing Stardew, honestly.
Yeah. I think it's kind of interesting because like when he was first talking about 1.6 is he would say that it was going to be a very minor update. It was just going to have like a few little things here and there to basically help improve content. And one of the things that he specifically mentioned was that it was going to help out modders. So I don't know exactly what he's planning with that, but I'm intrigued, and I would like to. I would absolutely love to see what exactly he's planning on doing, but I think there's going to be some time before we get to that. So I don't know. We'll see. Honestly, at this point in time, I don't know when he's coming back to Stardew Valley. And when we're going to see that, I don't know when we're going to see Chocolatier. My guess is that whatever year that Stardew Valley 1.6 comes out, whether it's this upcoming year or the year after, the next year after that is going to be when we get Chocolatier. And exactly what that means for us, I don't know, but I'm excited, and I'm hoping that it's good. That is the main thing that I want to say about that game is that I'm hoping that it's a good game and that it looks cool, and that is all that I want to say beyond that. So, yeah.
It's gonna be interesting.
Yep. So yeah, what were we talking? Oh yeah. I am starting to lose consciousness.
Are you tired?
Little bit. Not like super, but I'm just like kind of starting to doze. Should probably have some coffee, but I don't know. Yeah, I should have coffee. I will be right back. Entertain people while I'm stepping away.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. I'm playing Pokemon, so you're gonna play with me, guys. Enjoy, and I'll tell you kind of what I'm doing right now. I am healing up Pokemon at one of the Pokemon centers near Koskarafa. In fact, it might even be the one in Koskarafa. But I'm going to Koskarafa to take on Kofu. Well, not to take on Kofu actually, because in Koskarafa, well, Koskarafa's where you take on Kofu. I'm headed to Porto Marinada so that I can give Kofu his wallet and do the gym test there, which is actually to win an auction, which is kind of strange. The gym tests in this game are kind of awesome. I actually really like the way they did super random stuff. However, I don't have really super high level electric types right now, so I'm gonna give some candies to some of them just to try and get them leveled up just like a little bit. I don't think it's gonna be a problem, but you never know. Yeah, so I'm gonna go take on that gym. I'm excited for it. I have played this game like a ton of times, so this is not like a new thing that I'm doing. It's not like, oh gee, this is new and exciting. But yeah, play a Pokemon game is fun. And I like to replay and replay and replay and replay, and I like to do soft Nuzlocks. You know, I'm not gonna hold myself to anything insane, because I just don't have the spoons for that. But I do like to do fun things that are like, well, maybe this time I'll just defeat the Elite Four with an all-bird team. yeah, that means like a little more work for me when it comes to um uh-oh. How did I wind up down here? Oh, that's all I'm gonna do anyway. When it comes to Nuzlocke and things, I don't really like doing them super staunchly, but I do like coming up with ideas like, hey, maybe this time I'll take on the Elite Four with all birds. You know, that was my idea for this go round as I restart Violet. Now that we have both DLCs, so I was thinking like I would go, and maybe just do this one, like this Elite Four with all birds, and then other things like that. And then I'm gonna go to Kitakami. Well, actually, my main big goal here is to complete the Pokedex. That's what I really want. I really want to complete the Pokedex, which I haven't done before by myself. I've actually never, in any game, completed the Pokedex 100%. And so, well, not without, external sources. So, yeah, I'm super excited for this. I've just been catching like one of every Pokemon that I can find and evolving things. And then when I evolve them, then putting them back in the box and switching them out for something else needs to evolve. And actually giving some focus to it, which is kind of cool. I'm excited for it. I enjoy getting the prizes for it. I enjoy just kind of like the minute things in this game. The minute things are kind of cool. I don't watch these reels from Nissa.
Just so you're aware, I've been here for a minute.
Yeah, you suck.
I kind of love. I wanted to see like how long it would take you to realize that I was back.
Well, if you were quiet, how could I?
Well, I wasn't like super quiet. I was actually like moving around and stuff. But granted, of course, on Discord, it doesn't hear anything until you actually speak. So yeah. So I was like putting up my so the rest of the crew, so everyone who was watching actually knew that I was back a little bit earlier because I put my Switch up to the mic and they could hear like the sound of me running around.
You're annoying.
Yep. But you love me.
Yeah, I do.
Oh my gosh. But yeah, I'm intrigued to see like how much you're gonna do with the new with this new game that you're playing, because obviously I've completed the Pokedex pretty much all by myself. The only things that I did for this game was I know I traded some Pokemon, specifically with you guys, especially like touch trades.
Yeah.
And that was, or we literally traded like a version exclusive Pokemon, or I traded version exclusive Pokemon with random people.
Yeah, I've done that a couple times.
And honestly, that's kind of important in order to do, because in order to get through this game, because it's just like there's so much that needs to happen, and you just do not have the resources to get every single Pokemon. That's just the way it is. Well, I've actually got a current setup so that I've got a box of Pokemon that are either exclusive or just a pain in the ass to get that I'm ready to send over to Pokemon Home, and then I'm gonna transfer them over to my Scarlet playthrough so I can get the Pokedex done as quickly as I can.
Yep, I feel that.
Because yeah, let's just be honest, it's a pain in the ass to do certain things, especially like
It is super nice for me. I have a complete living dex, so it's super nice.
Yeah.
All right, let's do this gym challenge, huh?
Which one are you doing now?
Kofu, the water gym.
Cool. So, so you've already have you done the challenge, or have you just done the, or are you just, yeah. So, have you done the challenge, or have you not done the challenge? That's what I'm asking.
I'm just now doing the challenge. I'm bidding.
Okay. Yeah, the bidding part's kind of fun. It's annoying that that's how you have to get like certain items,
Eh.
and you can't get them from any other source but bidding, and it's just it's annoying, especially because like there's like some clothing that you can get now that you've once you've fully completed the game, that are completely that you have to bid for them, and they come from the Team Star guy, the arty guy from Team Star,
Yeah.
which I think is the poison guy.
Yes. What's his name? It's like oh, I don't remember.
I have no idea. He talks weird. Let's put it that way.
He does.
But yeah, who am I to judge? I talk weird. I talk very
Yeah.
weird.
However, you don't talk like Shakespeare, so you know.
Not usually, but it does help sometimes to make your point.
Sometimes, and sometimes it's just obnoxious.
Indeed. Of course, that wasn't Shakespeare. That was just me being a dick to British people.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah. Of course, 9 minutes before we hit midnight for Chicago.
Dun 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 dun
Dun
dun
da
dun.
da 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 do do do.
I want to watch Indiana Jones now. Let's do that. Which
Fair
one should
enough.
I watch?
Huh?
Which one should I watch?
Have
If
you
you say
watched the
Dial
most
of
recent one
Destiny, I'm
yet?
gonna reach for this phone and slap you.
What did you say?
Why on earth would I watch the new one?
Because it's actually pretty good.
Is it though? Is it?
It's not like the
All right.
best.
You know what? Actually, it'd be good. Watch it on. We'll watch it on live and see if I hate it or not.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't know if you would like it, but I kind of liked it. It was a decent movie. It wasn't Crystal. To be fair, though, I did like Crystal Skull when it first came out.
The ending of Crystal Skull was bullshit. It was such a goddamn cop out, and they could have done so. Even if they wanted to do aliens, they could have done that better, and they didn't.
Oh, you're specifically okay. I thought you were like talking about the marriage, and I'm like, what? That was actually pretty good.
No, I don't really care about the marriage. What I'm getting at is the fucking. Oh, it was aliens. Da, la, 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 la. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, this one was decent. I think that like it wasn't.
All right, Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. Here we go.
Yeah. I mean,
And the highly anticipated is a stretch there, guy.
wait, who said that it was highly anticipated?
The little blurb says the highly anticipated final 5th installment, and I'm like, is it highly anticipated though? Cause
Is it the final installment?
that's what it said, yeah.
I think that
Oh.
it's probably not going to be the final installment.
Oh, it fucking better be. Harrison Ford's not gonna be alive forever, guys.
Yeah.
Unfortunate as that is. See.
You know what I would like to see
Supposed
though?
to-
The guy who played young Indy do like some young Indiana Jones things.
You do realize young Indy is now like the age Indy was in the second or third.
I mean, you're not wrong. That's just
Young
sad.
Indy is not young anymore.
No, he is not.
All right, so we're back in Nazi Germany. Okay,
Fucking
That's-
Nazis.
something. Yeah, I mean,
All right.
it's fun to speak German and realize they're not actually saying anything. They're just saying things that sound vaguely German.
Wait, is that actually that they're not speaking actual German?
They're saying some things, but most of it's just kind of words.
Bruh. Like
Now
didn't they
they're speaking
actually
more.
speak German in the other movies though?
Yes.
That's just lazy.
Oh wow! How did they make? That's got to be CGI?
Oh, so they
looks
it's
12.
probably
Why did-
the same guy who helped out with Luke.
Yeah.
That's my guess because it looks pretty good considering. Like it's not perfect and I wish that they didn't focus so much on the past because they do. But all right. 5 minutes to actually 4 minutes to midnight
In Chicago.
in Chicago. Which is mountain time, right? Or is that no?
Yes.
That's
Mountain Standard Time.
Mountain Standard Time. Thank you. Obviously,
What is it? The Lance of the Longinus?
Central Time is the one that's next,
Yes.
aka Utah.
Yep.
And I'm forgetting is Arizona. I always forget when Arizona is with us and when they're with Central Time.
I can never remember.
To be fair, daylight savings time is just such a freaking mess. That is one reason why I was actually thinking of at one point living in Arizona, and then I was like, but I don't really like the heat.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like,
The heat is intense, but hey, it's home.
yeah, like I've done some thinking over the past few years, and I have realized that I would like to live someplace that actually snows. Like, not necessarily
Yeah.
like a huge amount of snow, but definitely some snow.
Yeah.
And because especially like I
I
want
think I could definitely see you in like a Bend, Oregon kind of area. It's a city in the sense that it's like got amenities and stuff, but it's not a city in the sense that it's like super big and crowded and full of assholes being assholies.
yeah.
So yeah, I feel like I could see you there.
Whenever I do decide eventually, I do want to at least be someplace that snows, and I would like to have a decently sized house. I know that's like the biggest thing is like that is asking a lot is like a a decent sized house. Like
yeah,
that.
well, I mean, if you have 12 roommates, you'll be fine.
Yeah, sure. Oh my gosh. Why in the world is fucking everything so fucking expensive?
Yeah, who knows?
Like honestly, housing is way too fucking expensive, and it's just insane because like there are so many homeless people in the world and there's so many abandoned houses in the world. Why have we not fixed this issue?
Because honestly, Zephram, it's because people are so, especially in this country, are so tied to the pull yourself up by your own bootstraps, every man for himself, that kind of obnoxious bullshit,
Yeah.
that they can't understand that other people, they have needs.
And it really it bothers me a lot that us saying this right now is going to make
Is-
people say, "Oh, you're commies."
Oh, you're communist. Oh, you're socialist. Oh, you're whatever.
Yeah. And that's not the point. That's not we are not communists. We like honestly, I think that there are a lot of really good benefits to capitalism, but this is not one of them. I think that 100% that housing should be a basic right that everyone should have.
Exactly. Capitalism left unchecked is dangerous. Just
As
like
is
anything else.
communism. Yep.
Yeah, communism left unchecked, dangerous. Socialism left unchecked, dangerous. Any, like, government left unchecked in general is dangerous. However, capitalism is dangerous in the sense that it's going to kill people.
Yeah.
Socialism, yeah, it's not going to be great, but if it's not run by a sadistic dictator, then,
10,
you know, it's not
9,
going to cause
8,
harm.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year, Chicago. Sorry, had to bad timing on our part, but at the same time, Chicago just hit midnight. Happy New Year, everyone. But yes, please continue. Sorry.
I totally forgot what I was saying.
We were talking about like how communism and or capitalism is
Any
gonna kill
government
people.
left unchecked is going to be dangerous, but capitalism left unchecked is going to kill people, whereas like socialism left unchecked, provided there is no sadistic dictator involved, is pretty much just gonna fall apart after some time.
Yeah.
It's not really gonna kill anyone per se.
Yeah. And it's one of the reasons why like the biggest problem with communism is the fact that like there are so many people who are just like let's make communism, and then they are
They use it for purposes that are more selfish than they realize.
yeah. Or they do realize it and they're just like using it just to be dickweeds.
Yeah.
Cough cough North Korea.
Or Russia, but yeah.
Or China.
I honestly think at this point North Korea has some kind of collective mental illness. They're all like have collective Stockholm syndrome.
Well, 100% I think that they do have Stockholm syndrome, because it's just like occasionally you do get the those that are able to who do escape, and they're way happier to have gotten out of there. And many people will rather die than stay there. So it's like the biggest reason that they have Stockholm syndrome would be because of the fact that there is no other option.
Yeah.
And you're literally stuck there. If you are stuck in this place that basically forces you to be there, then you're gonna unfortunately you're just gonna be stuck there for the rest of your life, and it really sucks. And I don't know. There's a reason that when I'm planning in when I finally get around to writing Sting's Adventures 2 as well as Sting's Adventures 3, one of the big points of that, because of the fact that Sting's Adventures 2 is called Sting's Adventures 2 World War 3, it's going to go over to North Korea. The characters are going to go there. They're going to free the people there. But part of the reason that Decisions has to happen, which is Sting's Adventures 3, is that now that there's no dictator there, what do we do to help the people? And the answer is there's no simple answer. You're gonna it's gonna have to take time. It's gonna have to take effort. There's no simple answer, especially to make sure that people are safe and stuff like that. And one of the decisions that eventually Sting is going to have to make is, unfortunately, that humans are not capable of integrating with the rest of the universe by themselves. They need somebody who is able to they're going to need people from the other planets to help them out, to connect, to be a more unified society. And unfortunately, he has to send several people from different universes to help them rebuild, help them understand how the different societies work, explain how their different political systems work, and how they have worked together to figure out, okay, when there's a bad king, we need to step in to solve this, or if there's a bad ruler, we need to we work together and we solve it, and stuff like that. And it's gonna. I'm not needless to say, I think that Decisions is going to be one of the most politically charged book there is, because the simple answer is that there is no simple answer.
Yeah, and that's true, and that's unfortunate, but it is what it is.
Yeah, and that's like I said, that's gonna be probably one of the big things I'm gonna be that Decisions is gonna be talking about when I eventually get to it, is there is no simple solution. Just because
Yeah.
you freed the people does not mean that they are fixed, that they are able to go on living, and they will be free. Just because you eliminated an evil dictator, you are not going to be able to just let them figure it out themselves. You need to help them out and stuff like that.
Exactly.
And I think that's the big problem that is why
Without
we
creating
haven't...
an antebellum period.
Huh?
Without creating an antebellum period like we had here in the South,
Yeah.
where they essentially just enslaved them in a whole different way.
Yeah. So you have to figure out exactly what is the best option, and there's not gonna be the best option. There's never gonna be a perfect solution. And one of the
Nope.
things that is going to be discussed in decisions is that you're not going to be able to just send one person to solve the entire world's problems.
Nope.
And one of the things that he eventually has to decide on is that he has to send people from several different from several different worlds that have political systems close to the political systems on Earth to basically help them figure out, okay, what worked for you and what didn't work for you but worked better for us in certain cases. So I don't know.
Honestly, and I say this with no intent whatsoever behind it, but I feel like they would literally have to pull a Thanos in order to pull this off, because there's way too many, especially here in the United States, there's way too many who are way too proud of their bigotry and hatred.
Yeah. And that's also something that I really want to discuss that in Sting's Adventures 1 when I do the remake, is that because obviously, like, about half the population of Earth just suddenly realized that they were aliens. And
Yep.
and as such, that causes some very big issues. And there's a lot of conflict that is going to be occurring all over the frickin' world, as like, if imagine for a second if half of our population just suddenly became we just realized that they were not human, and like, Earthlings would freak out. Like, it's not... And honestly, so with
yeah.
like, and it's really gonna be and that's one of the things that I'm really trying to figure out exactly what I want to do with that, with Sting's Adventures, is because obviously a lot of these characters, they grew up thinking that they were human, that they were regular people that were just on they were humans on Earth, and then suddenly they have powers. And what do we do with this? Are we going to continue to live on Earth? And it's very much a big that I think that that's one of the big things that I really want to do with Sting's Adventures, is with the continuation of the series, is after Sting's Adventures, is what exactly do you do after that? Because if literally half the population just suddenly gained superpowers, there's just no good way to go about that. Well, some of them absolutely are going to want to leave Earth, especially if they are getting harassed or like in places where it just suddenly is the worst possible thing. The worst possible things start happening to them. They're going to want to leave Earth as soon as they're able to, especially if they're hearing that other planets are very much willing to take people in, help them get used to their powers, learn how to live in this new world. If you suddenly hear that there are millions, billions of different planets that are willing to take you when you are kind of messed up in the head after a huge situation, what would you do? Like, if you suddenly
As someone who currently wants to leave the planet, I would fucking leave the planet.
Exactly. Like, and I think that that's going to be like a big conversation on that I want to discuss with a lot of different people when I'm writing decisions, especially because of the fact that, like, my big thing that I'm thinking about is, like, if people have the opportunity, have the chance, and they are welcomed with open arms, come see the rest of the universe, what would Earth do? And I think that a large majority of Earth would say, fuck it, I don't want to be here anymore. I want to see what's out there.
No, but you know what's funny? It wouldn't be a like a personal split, you know? It wouldn't be by demographic, right? It would be by generation. 100%.
Oh, absolutely.
About midway through Gen X, they'd be like, "No, why would we want to go to other planets? Ours is fine." Da, 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 da. Those are the people who've never left their hometown, you know.
Yeah, and that's actually going to be something else
Gen
that's going to be an interesting conversation that I'm going to go into in the book, is that while the younger generations, which are like at that point in time are the teenagers, the kids, the young adults, they're going to be the ones who are going to be really like, when they get their powers, especially, they're going to be like, let's go, let's get out of here. Well, a lot of the people who have lived their entire lives, they're just going to like shut down. They're not going to deal with their powers. They're just going to close them off. They're going to stick around. They're going to live their lives. And while some of them absolutely will want to go to other planets, and some of them will try to figure out how to best use their powers, many of them are just going to be like, no, fuck that. I'm not dealing with this. I'm just going to shut down. I'm not going to deal with these powers. I don't need to worry about this.
Yeah.
And it's honestly, I think it's going to be a really interesting situation, because like even the people that are not going to have powers in the book are going to be saying, I want to see the world. I want to see these other places, because there's a lot of people out there who just want to explore, and you suddenly get an open invitation to go to anywhere in the entire universe with ease of people are willing to create wormholes to any planet in 11 different galaxies. Where do you go? Like, you could go literally anywhere, and many of them are just going to go out just to see what's out there. And I think that that's going to be a really interesting thing. And it's going to be an interesting situation, because while many of them are going to be like, okay, I just want to see what's out there, there's also going to be the people that are like, okay, how do we fix Earth? Because Earth is fucked right now. And it's going to be interesting, because while a lot of the world leaders are going to be like, okay, what do we need to do to fix our world? Many of their people are just going to be leaving, and eventually I think that it's quite possible that there's going to be more aliens on Earth than humans.
Huh.
And it's going to be something that's going to happen really quick, because if after World War III, there is going to be at the end of World War III, there's going to be a treaty where the world leaders of Earth give permission for their citizens to go to other worlds, as well as for citizens of other worlds to come to Earth. And it's going to cause and since Earth has been locked down from 90% of the alien races, that's going to be a huge influx of different people coming to Earth very quickly. Every single snake on the planet is suddenly going to become a serpent Salor, and it's just going to be really weird. That's something that I kind of wanted to talk about. I'll talk about that at a later date, but I think I mentioned like the serpent Salor to you at some point, but I don't remember if I did.
Probably, yeah.
But basically, in the story of Sting's Adventures, the serpent Salor were the first non-human race, non-human intelligent race that came to Earth, and basically they were there at the Garden of Eden, and one of them was basically taken over by Satan to trick Adam and Eve into having the forbidden fruit. And that's why and as such, every single serpent Salor on the planet turned into a snake. So, and that's why serpent Salor basically went extinct. So
Interesting.
yeah, it's really weird, but it's kind of fun. So literally every single snake on the planet is suddenly I'm not certain exactly when I'm gonna do it,
I mean, the train wreck was cool. I kind of like that. That was good cinematography.
The what?
The train wreck in Indy 5,
Oh, okay.
and he ended up with the dial, so that's great.
Half of it,
Yeah.
but I don't know.
It's
I
funny
think
that
it's
was
gonna be
Archimedes,
it's gonna be
but-
funny with the Serpent's Lore though, because obviously several humans have snakes as pets.
True.
So like suddenly, all over the world, I'm not certain exact. Like I said, I don't know what book I'm gonna do this in, but at some point, every single snake on Earth is gonna suddenly become a Serpent's Lore, and it's gonna be a slow process, but they're gonna suddenly gain consciousness. All of them are going to try to get into a more open space, and then all of them are gonna suddenly grow into their humanoid forms. And it's gonna be weird because like some of them are gonna be stuck in cages, so the cages are gonna break all around them, and some of them are gonna be near kids who happen to have snakes as pets, and they're gonna be like, "Wah!"
Yeah, seriously.
But I don't know. I think it's gonna be a really fun thing. I don't know exactly. I think I still have some thinking left to do about that, but we'll see exactly what happened there. But yeah, I'm excited to see what I'm gonna do with Sting's Adventures. A lot of this is like really early stuff, but a lot of it's also written down, and I've got like big plans for it. But Sting's Adventures has, with all the things that I want to change about Sting's Adventures, I'm excited to see what exactly is going to happen. And apparently we had a new viewer at some point. I don't know when they popped in, but thanks for showing up for a bit. Who did chat?
Who said something?
Pink Alex Pop. No idea who that is.
Is it on YouTube?
Yeah, they said because
What'd
why
they
not?
say?
They just said because why
What's that?
not at some point. So we were something that we were talking about. That was a while ago though. I don't know when.
Interesting. We had some random viewer. Cool.
Yeah. My
Well,
guess at
thank
the
you, whoever random viewer. We love you, random citizen.
yeah. So it looks like it was sometime around 9:40
Wow.
that happened. No idea exactly when, but yeah. Oh yeah.
We should be paying closer attention.
We really should.
You should post a link on Facebook, bro.
I didn't. Oh yeah, I didn't post that, did I? Here, let me go ahead and post the link. Here, let's go to here. Get shareable link. Okay. Let's post that to the Nerdy Birdie group chat. At least. All right. Let's go ahead and post that a few other places. Here, let's just post it as myself. And that's all. I'm just gonna post the link. There we go.
All right, where should I go next? I did. Let's see. I've done. Should I go normal or iron treads?
That is a good question. I would. Iron Tread says something important, and I'm forgetting what it is right now. Someone said something in Curse of Strahd.
What did they say?
Quixote saying something about a crossover between Final Fantasy XIV and World of Warcraft.
Interesting.
But yeah, it's mostly because of the fact that in World of Warcraft, there's Darkmoon Fair, which is a really big, huge fair. I'm not going to go into too much detail, but it's been expanding for years, and it's basically just been a great thing. But then there's Moonfire Fair in Final Fantasy 14, and it's so lackluster. They just did not put nearly as much effort as they really should have, and it's just kind of sad. Basically
That's a bummer.
yeah. Basically they do the thing that Final Fantasy does with their events is they completely change them each year. But they don't carry things over. So, I don't know. It was I think that one of the things that we've been saying for years with Moonfire Fair is like have it be something where it's a fair. Have there be like lots of different events. Like they don't have to be huge big events, but like have them be like little games or something.
That's valid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like with WoW, when Darkmoon Fair first started, it was basically like in each of the main city zones, like not actually in the main city, but like outside the city, there were these little tents, and they would just be a small fair. It wasn't going to be too much. But then after a few expansions, they created an entire new map just for Darkmoon Fair, and with that, they were able to expand so much. Like early on, like even when I was starting out, it was pretty minuscule. There was like one or two things to do throughout the town, throughout the fair. But later on, it was huge. There was like currently, I think there's like a few hundred different things. I could be wrong. I don't know. I don't know exact details. I'm sure that Quixote will probably say like, "This is what's been added" or something at some point. I don't know. Whether that be in a future comment, rewatching the live stream or what, I don't know. Of course, if you have the patience to be watching this, a while from now, thank you. But you're insane.
You are crazy.
Yeah, like, how long is this live stream been going again?
Long. Since 7, and it's now 10:22, so 3.5 hours, basically.
Yeah, almost 3.5 hours. So we started, yeah. And it's gonna be, like, 5 hours. This live stream, this whole live stream is gonna be 5 hours. If anyone watches through the entire freaking thing, you are a hero. Thank you. Seriously, if anyone actually watches this, however long from now, and just sits down and watches us just be complete dorks, not certain what the heck to talk about, thank you. Seriously. But yeah. What was this? Oh, that was that thing. Never mind. So, yeah. What was I going to talk about? Oh, yeah. Final Fantasy.
Yeah, that's what you're talking about.
We were talking about that at one point. But yeah, I don't know. Final Fantasy 14 it has a lot of good things about it, especially its events. It has done really good events. But at the same time, one of the biggest problems that they have is that each event is basically just a one-time thing, and it's just every single thing that was available during said specific version of the event ends, and it's just like the only way to get certain things, like if you want to get something that I happen to have gotten, so yeah, so if you yourself want to get anything that I have currently gotten at this point in time, since you have not played the game at all, you would have to purchase it with real money on MogStation. in order to get
That's weird.
anything that I have gotten from an event.
Weird.
Yeah, a little bit. So, I don't know. It's a little bit annoying, but at the same time, it's like, it's kind of cool, but at the same time, just like, that's so much stuff. Like, legitimately, if you look at Mog Station, it's just gonna be like, if you specifically look at like Christmas stuff, it's like 10 years worth of just random stuff that unfortunately people will never be able to get again. So, I don't know. That's just my thoughts. That's my thoughts and theories. Yeah. But
Oh my god, there's so many of the fireworks going on. Carmen has her nose buried in her leg. It's kind of funny. She is tucked really tight in there.
I think it's funny that you are getting fireworks and we're not. Like, we usually get fireworks around this time. So, I don't know. It's just, that's just funny to me. So I just decided to reload my my content my channel content, and it officially says on the current live stream 1 view. Meanwhile, the live stream itself says we have 3 views. So
That's funny.
yeah. Puppy, kitty, and kitty. What are you posting now? Oh, my fur children reacted. Yeah. Fair enough. Hiding, oblivious, concerned. Yep. That is pretty much what is going on there. So which one's the one that's just like, I don't care.
That would be Jasper.
So that one's Jasper. Concerned is Pickle, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then obviously Carmen is the one that's hiding.
Yes, she's the dog.
Mm-hmm.
She's recognizable in that she is a dog.
Yeah. So how do you, just out of curiosity, how do you tell the difference between Pickle and Jasper?
Okay, I will show you pictures because that is the easiest way to explain it. Orange cats have this really special thing where they can get freckles.
Okay.
And a good percentage of them do. However, if they're an orange tuxedo, they're more likely to get it. All right, so this is Jasper, right? If you zoom in on his nose, you can see he has 2 little brown dots.
Two little... Oh, I see.
Yeah. So those are his freckles. He also has freckles inside of his lower lip. Which, let me see if I can...
Well,
show
meanwhile,
them.
Pickle does not.
There we go. Yeah. Correct. So here's Jasper's lower lip. He has a weird little freckle in there. It's very strange.
Okay. That's interesting.
Yeah.
So that's
So
how you...
he has those.
So that's how you tell the
he
difference between the
also-
two of them.
Yeah, they also have different personalities. Jasper is far more cuddly, touchy-feely. He wants dad more often. He likes to be around me. He's generally going to be found hanging out with me and Carmen. Pickle is a bit more standoffish. He loves to cuddle, and he definitely will cuddle, but it's only on his terms. It's definitely not... No one else gets to dictate when he's going to be touched. Yeah, he's also a lot more persnickety. He is allergic to almost nothing, or to my knowledge, nothing that we've experienced so far. He has no real sensitivities, but he only eats specific pieces of food. Like, he doesn't like specific shapes of his food. Yeah, he is super persnickety. It's weird. And whereas then Jasper is has a bunch of sensitivities, like different foods. You know, he has to have a specific type of protein, otherwise his tummy gets upset and various things like that. But he will just fucking eat anything. Like, the dude is just doesn't care. They're wild cats, man.
Yeah. Well, Joker's off to bed.
Yes, he is.
Poor little coward can't stay up all night.
Oh boy, that's some strong wordage there.
I'm just being a meanie.
You sure are. My goodness,
Oh yeah.
that's a big one. My God,
What happened?
that was a big firework.
Oh, yes, that's what that was. I did actually hear that one, so I was just like, what was that? And then you said it, so.
Yeah.
There goes my book. Oh, yeah, yeah. You know what would be nice? If we could all get together at some point and play a game of Blood on the Clock Tower.
It would be lovely.
Honestly, I think that's like one of the big things that I really wish is that we had like a large group of friends that could actually hang out together, and then we could play games together, like whether it be D&D or Blood on the Clock Tower, and just hang out.
That's so hard in real life, though.
Yeah,
Like in high school, really the only reason we pulled that shit off is because we were in high school and like in classes together.
yeah. And also, like, when we our days off, we would basically just all hang out at mostly your house,
Yeah, usually mine.
which the main reason for that was like it was either your house, my house, or Ryan's house, and that's it. Like, I mean, sure, Joker's house could work, but like, did you really want to bring the entire group over there? That sounds
Not really.
that sounds
And
dangerous.
we could pretty much guarantee that my parents were generally gonna leave us alone.
Yep. Same thing goes for mine.
Yeah.
Or if they might, or for me actually, that for my parents, they might have actually gotten in. They often were getting involved with us.
That's true.
Like especially like the 4th of July party. That was such a weird.
Oh, that was a shit show.
That was so fucking awkward and so weird.
Oh, that was a nightmare in so many different ways.
But at the same time, it was also so much fun.
Yeah, I mean, at the time it was great. And looking back, we're like, oh dear good God Almighty.
Yeah, we're embarrassed.
As we should be, honestly.
Yeah.
Okay, I could not sit through that anymore. It was too dramatic for me. Super dumb, so I'm gonna go back to the original.
Wait, what happened?
I didn't like Dial of Destiny, so I went back. I'm watching Raiders.
Okay, fair enough. How far did you get?
About halfway.
That's insane to think about that we've been talking that entire time for that you were able to get through half of a movie.
Yeah. It's okay, Pickle. It's okay, baby boy. Carmen, you need to chill.
Yeah.
It's okay. Carmen, you jealous bitch.
Ay, ay. But
Boy,
yeah.
so good boy. Yeah.
So
Okay.
I don't think I did I tell you that I got a stamp?
A stamp?
Yeah.
Of what?
I'll show. I'm gonna turn on my camera so you can see.
Oh gosh, I'm scared.
What the fuck? Oh, it's not. Whoops, camera's not working. Never mind. I'll just take a picture and send it to you.
I'm scared.
You shouldn't be.
Are you sure? Have you met you?
Yes, actually. It's great. It's a stamp.
Oh, it's a Z. That's cool.
Yeah. It's a wax seal.
Yeah, I know.
But yeah. So
Have you seen some of the really cool TikToks of those, the wax seals?
no, I have not. I am surprised that I have not actually like. To be fair, I haven't really been on TikTok in a while. I've been using YouTube Shorts mostly.
Oh yeah.
Which I'm trying to get away from using either of them because, for one thing, it's so freaking distracting.
Can be, yeah.
And it's just like, I'll just like end up watching for like I'll just sit at my desk, just scrolling through YouTube Shorts for hours on end, and then I'm just like, I look up and I'm like, holy crap, how have I been doing that for that long? So
Yeah. To some extent, it's okay because it is for your brain. It is a chance to recharge and decompress after work. But yeah, doing it too much can be bad.
yeah, and that's like the big problem that I've been having it so often, and I'm just like, okay, I need to stop. I need to stop with the YouTube Shorts. I need to stop with the TikTok, and on top of that, it's like with YouTube Shorts, it's killing YouTube.
Is it?
Little bit. Especially YouTube content creators. Like it's fine for certain degrees, and I've watched a video about it by Game Theory, and he goes over it a lot better than I possibly could. But I don't know. It's just it feels disconnected, and I think like part of that might just be because of the fact that like YouTube as a whole feels way less connected than it used to be, just because there's way more content creators. Either way, but I don't know. And also, I just briefly want to bring this up.
Oh dear.
To any what the fuck was with people being jackasses to Joe Cat? I know you don't know what I know you don't know what
I
exactly
was like, I have no fucking clue what that means. That wasn't even English to me.
Yeah. So Joe
Might as
Cat
well be
is
speaking
a he's mostly a D&D YouTuber. And unfortunately, sadly, he got way too much bullshit because he made a parody of Lizzo's song Boys, where he's called I Like Girls. And it was it's very, very, very much like that song. If you've heard the song, then you know you basically know what he did.
That's the one. I like big boys, itty bitty boys, inner city boys. That's
yes,
that one, right?
he just literally replaced every single point of using boys with girls.
So he just was like, I like big girls, itty bitty girls, inner city girls.
Yes. Well, it's like I think it was like a little bit of different. There were like a few differences here and there, but
sure.
But it's just like it was because of the fact that like he often said apparently on live stream he often said like, oh, I love strong women and stuff like that, and it was just
interesting.
Like, and I don't know the full details, but basically because he made this song, and it blew up. It blew up on YouTube. Big whoop. It happens. But because of that, people just started giving him so much shit about it. Sent him death threats and sent him suspicious packages in the mail and all sorts of things. And it's just
wow.
Yeah.
That's intense.
Just because of that. And it was so weird. And it's just like if you I don't want to go over all of the details, but it's just like why in the world
I love the special effects in this movie. They're so bad. But they're so good for 1984.
Yep. But I don't know. It's just
have to,
yeah. I don't know. It's just bad. It's just weird. I don't understand why yeah. Basically because of everything that happened, he basically said that he is going on break indefinitely, because he couldn't take it anymore, and it's really sad that that's the case, and it's just like,
yeah, no, it is because essentially he literally didn't do anything wrong. He just made a funny song, and people took it the wrong way. That's so dumb.
That's so dumb, and it's just like, why in the world do we live in a society where people are just like, let's destroy this person's life for like the most minuscule things. And we've talked about this in the past where we've talked about like very small things just can piss off the wrong person, and then it just divulges into just pure chaos, and it's not good. It's really not. No. And it's just like and we've mostly talked about like what's happened to me in my life, and I'm not going to go into too much detail with that here because I deserve some privacy, and yeah. But at the same time, it's just like, how can something, is it always something like so small that people just decide this is you are now the worst person in the world, and it's so disgusting. I don't know.
It is, and it's so much this idea, and people have this all the time. I get in fights regularly on Facebook and places like that for this because people have this idea that the people they see on Reels or TikToks or things like that, they feel like they know these people and they don't.
Yeah.
And the thing is, like, it's baffling how much they think they're experts on these people's lives. And I'm like, no, listen, you see them for 1 minute of edited video time per day, you know, a maximum of like 5 to 10, maybe 20 minutes if they're a really intense blogger, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. And
of their
like,
day. And that's all highly edited and put together in such a way that it's designed for entertainment and just various things like that. And it pisses me off because they'll say things like, well, you're spoiling your daughter. And I'm like, you don't know that.
Yeah. And like,
you know, or just there are various things. And I just think that whole thing is that expert on his life where they're like, oh, he made that song because he just thinks of women as objects. Where did he say that? Like, when was that ever evidenced? Oh, well, in this song. Where else? Yeah, exactly. So, you know, like,
yeah.
people jump to conclusions and think that because they see what's online for 5 seconds that they are experts on this person's life, and that's just simply not true.
No. And it's like, it's so
we don't
bizarre.
think that about celebrities like the Kardashians, who literally have cameras in their face 24/7.
Yeah.
Why would we think we know that about any content creator on TikTok or Reels or anything like that? Like, that's insane.
Yeah, and it's and with that as well, it's like,
and to have the audacity to then comment like you know them personally is just like the gall. It's unbelievable to me, unfathomable.
Yeah. And like just using us as an example, like, we're pretty open, like, but even us, it's like most of like to much of our lives are like still very much hidden. Like, you don't know how we got to a lot of these things. Like, we often will say, oh, frickin' that 4th of July party or whatever, or certain things happened, and like, honestly, I think that it's insane as well. Like, people get canceled because of something they said years ago. That's another thing that kind of pisses me off. If you look back at my YouTube channel, I have said things that I regret, things that I should not have said. And if I look like, I don't want to get rid of that content because in certain some of those situations, I actually still think that parts of those videos were actually pretty good. Were they perfect? No. And did I say things in them that were not great? Absolutely. But at the same time, it also shows my growth.
Yeah.
And I think that that's an important thing to have there. And I've said things that I do not agree with anymore. I have said things that, honestly, are very... I would be hurt by if I heard myself saying that, to hear myself saying them. So, it's just... I don't know. There's a lot of things like that.
I feel the same way. I mean, I was discussing with someone the other day, you know, when Tesla came out to me, I said the classic Christianese, you know, oh, I may not understand or support your lifestyle, but I love you or whatever. And now I'm sitting there realizing, like, how much of a jackass could I have possibly been?
Yeah. And it's like, with that especially, it's like, you don't know who you're going to be in a few years. And sometimes you're going to say things that you're going to regret down the line. Like, 100%, I regret so much stuff that from just our past in general. And like, I'm lucky because I got to experience, I got to see a lot of what happened with you as you were experiencing it. And that helped me to understand a lot more than I probably ever would have otherwise.
Yeah.
And at the same time, I was also getting into certain shows such as Steven Universe or I still do not like the new She-Ra, but I did watch it at the time, and it helped me to understand. It absolutely helped me to understand some things. It's a lot to deal with, but that's why I still don't like it that much. But like but Steven Universe especially, that was a good that's a good example. And then also Witch Hat Atelier and other shows like it, I grew to understand things because of the fact that one, I was talking to you, learning about like what was going on with you and stuff like that, and while also
The fact
really
that I
enjoying
just
these
kind
other
of
shows.
casually was like, yeah, I think I'm a boy, and you were like, huh, all right, huh.
Yeah, like obvious, and honestly, with that especially, it was kind of a weird situation because like we always called you the ant call of the group, or because like even from early on we knew that you were at least non-binary,
Oh yeah,
and
we just didn't have the words.
yeah, we didn't have the words at the time because we grew up in a farm town.
Yeah, no, it was. We grew up not having those words because those books were banned.
Yeah, and I think that that's an important thing to understand, is like sometimes you're not going to understand things at certain points in your life, and I still
Herman,
see
get
that.
up.
Like I look back at like points in my time at my life, and I'm like, I should have realized things a lot sooner. Like honestly, looking back at certain things, I should have realized things a lot sooner.
I feel that, or I'm like it was really funny. I remember my friend Mikhail, right? When I was 6 years old, I met her when I was 5. She was about 6.5. I was 5.
Okay.
And we became friends Christmas of 2000. No, I was 6. Sorry, we became friends Christmas of 2005, and we're still friends to this day. And it was really funny because she commented on one of my posts. It was a memory I had posted where I was like talking about if I ever came out to my extended family and da 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 da. And I said it's been really interesting to see who's chosen me and who's chosen the kind of like almost brainwashing we were born into. Because really, the Southern Baptist Convention is very scary. It's a very concerning convention at times. And yeah, so I said it's been interesting to see that. And so Mikhail commented, and she was like, this, maybe it has to do with her being pansexual or something. She just sees people as people and, whatever. And I was like, I feel like you were one of the people who was probably one of the least surprised, because you're the one who, when we were 6 years old, were sitting there with me being the dad in every scenario, always playing the male characters. And when I got to pick my own character, it was always a guy, like always.
Yeah.
She was there when we would build mud castles, and I would roll around in the mud, like literally roll around in the mud, and just various things like that were very not typical of a little girl. And she remembers all this, and she commented back. She was like, yeah, honestly, I was just kind of waiting for you to come out, because I kind of figured once I learned the word transgender, I was like, oh, that sounds like Hannah. And I was like, yeah, that sounds right. That's what a lot of people said.
Yeah.
And
honestly, I probably should have learned it. I should have figured it out way sooner than I did, because like, so my, I don't think I've talked too much about my aunt, but, my aunt has been gay my entire life.
Mine too.
So I should have known and had a partner who did transition to male. I didn't understand any of that at the time, and this was long before I even met you. This was like in like elementary school that this was happening. So the fact that I didn't figure this stuff out until you were figuring it out is just like mind-boggling to me.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Like my aunt Bev was my great aunt, and she was married to a lady named Edie.
Mhm.
And looking back, honestly, at both of them, I have a real honest sneaking suspicion, a very real suspicion that had they had the words, they probably both would have identified as non-binary. Not like trying to push an identity on like anybody else, but just given like the way they dress and the behaviors, that the roles that they played like in general life, they just really gave off like not really having gender roles going on.
Yeah.
And part of that is the butch lesbian kind of thing going on that they had, because they grew up in a time when lesbians, you weren't feminine because you just weren't.
Yeah.
And that's that's a whole separate thing entirely. But at the same time, my mom grew up telling me, I asked one time, why does Aunt Bev live with a woman? And my mom said something about, to the effect of, well, her dad hurt her and so on and so forth. And I was like, or something like her dad was really mean and it made her afraid of men and da 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 da. And, perpetuating that bullshit that, you're gay because a man hurt you or whatever, which is total bullshit.
I mean,
And,
it does happen, but it's not every.
It does happen, but it's like the rarest thing possible. And then it's not that they're gay, it's that they're like seeking a specific kind of relationship that they only think can come from women. It's a complicated thing. And it's not the same as like being gay. And so like, even at like 8 years old, I sat there and I was like, well, that's really weird because that's grandma's sister. And if grandma had the same dad, then why didn't she turn out wanting to live with women? And my mom was like, well, people react differently to trauma. And I was like, I mean, yeah, I guess that's true.
Yeah.
And as I grew, like, it later dawned on me, I was like, so that's bullshit. But anyway, like,
Yeah. And honestly, like,
delightful. Love to see the bullshit here.
honestly, the thing is, like, no matter what you do, no matter who you are, you'll never understand truly every single person.
No.
And every person is different. No matter if you are gay, straight, the reasons for why you are gay, the reasons why you're straight, the reasons why you're trans, every single person has a different reason. And one of my big concerns is if eventually when I have future kids, if they are going to feel like they are trans just because they like something that is a different that is supposedly a different gender than they are.
Right, and that's why you have conversations. So
Yeah.
that's the kind of thing, like, people love to be like, oh, well, if you're people would be like to pull the card of like, well, just because your son likes to wear dresses doesn't mean he's a girl. He thinks he's a girl, and I'm like, yeah, that's true. You're correct.
Yeah.
And people act like that's an insane statement, and that I'm gonna disagree with them or whatever. But like that, why would I disagree with that? That's true.
Like if
Because here's the thing.
yeah.
What happens when, okay, so say you did have a kid, right? So say it's 2031, we're 32, you have a 4-year-old, all right? Okay. So you have a 4-year-old boy. What's his name?
I don't know. We'll just use the from my books. Stingvin.
Steven. All right. Because I'm not going to call him Sting. That's stupid. Steven. All right. Steven comes to you and he says, Daddy, I'm a girl. And you say, okay, Steven, why do you think that? And he says, well, I really like Barbies. And you say, well, that's okay. I mean, boys can like Barbies too. So is there any other reason you think you're a girl? Well, I feel like a girl. Well, what do you mean? What does that feel like to you? I want to wear dresses. I want to be pretty. Okay, so then you start to explore it a little further.
Yeah,
all right?
exactly.
So you then you give them a little more opportunities, all right? Opportunities to wear dresses. All right? How does that feel? Does that feel more right than the other clothes you were wearing? And you let it happen slowly over the course of time. You're not doing anything rash. You're not They all want to say like, "Oh, why would we perform gender surgeries on kids?" And I'm like, "No one is doing that. Like that's not a thing that's happening."
Yeah.
That's not a thing that's happening.
I think speaking of which, there was like one thing in frickin' I think The Good Doctor. Where,
Yeah.
where like there was a kid who, they had to make that choice or whatever, in order
It
to.
was Grey's Anatomy. There was one.
Yeah, I don't remember. I think it was The Good Doctor that I'm of the scene that I'm thinking about, because he was like,
There was one there too.
yeah, but
Because
Yeah.
wasn't what's the doctor's name? Sean. Wasn't Sean like, this person has XY chromosomes like me and so and so. They're a boy.
yeah, and that was like I think I don't know much.
And they had
I
to
don't
like
remember much
explain to
about it.
him.
Yeah,
They had to like explain to him trans.
yeah, and there's yeah, and I don't know. There were just like certain things about that, and it was like they knew that they didn't want that to happen and stuff, and it was just that was a huge mess.
But see, so even the same thing. So like when they're saying, "Oh, well, we're gonna give hormones and surgeries to children," and I'm like, no, we're not. The most a kid is gonna get is when they start to go through puberty. In order to give them more chances to decide, a longer period of time to figure out if they really are trans or not, they're gonna go on something called hormone blockers, right?
Yeah.
Hormone blockers, the only thing they do, is stop the body from producing the hormones. That's it.
Yeah,
So as soon as you stop taking them, literally you miss a shot, your body starts creating whatever hormone it was designed to create.
yep,
Whatever hormone it thinks it's supposed to run on, that's what it's going to start doing. Unless you immediately replace it with a new one. So if you're on hormone blockers for your whole, what would be puberty, and then you hit 17 and you're like, no, I'm a boy, but you're born with an apparently female body, and you stop hormone blockers and immediately go on testosterone, you'll go through male puberty.
yeah,
Without getting secondary female characteristics like breasts and other things like that.
yeah,
And so that's it. That's what's going on. You have to be at least the minimum age in the United States, at least the minimum age for acquiring testosterone therapy is, with parental permission and therapy, 16.
yeah,
18 is when they will perform any kind of surgery. 18, that's it.
yeah,
It's a super, super rare occasion when they'll perform it on a 17-year-old.
yep,
And so all these people claiming all these things. I'm like, no, listen.
yeah,
It does you zero harm to buy Timmy a dress and do some experimenting to see whether he's a girl or just a boy who likes girlish things.
yeah, and like
No one's pressing anything on kids. If anything, we're allowing them to be themselves.
yeah, like
That's actually one of the things I think my parents did a really good job of. And my parents made a lot of mistakes, but there was a lot of things they did a really good job of. And one of those things was that there are some clear times in my memory where my dad straight up forgot I was a girl. Like, I remember one time we had just moved into this house in Texas, and we were decorating my bathroom because there was 2 bathrooms and like a million bedrooms, and it was just an insane house. I don't know why we had this house, but I had my own bathroom, and we were decorating it SpongeBob themed because I thought that was cool at the time, right? I was 6,
Yep.
and so SpongeBob it was. So we get this toilet seat that is SpongeBob and like whatever, but the seat is yellow, and my dad goes, "Oh, cool! If we miss, no one will know." And I was like, "How the fuck do you miss?" And then he was like, "Well, I guess just me, huh?" And I was like, "Yeah, that's not really a problem I have."
Oh, that's funny. Oh, well,
But even like growing up, there was no, "Oh, you can't do that. That's for boys."
yeah,
We have pictures of me with Thomas the Tank Engine. I got to go on a Thomas experience. There was no there was no "that's for boys." I was outside skateboarding. I was, running around. I was in the mud. I was building snowmen. I was,
yeah,
yeah, I don't know. I loved superheroes. I loved,
yeah,
I wasn't the little girl who was like into horses and fairies and pretty things. In fact, I didn't even like the color pink until after I started realizing that I was more masculine. And even then, I didn't like the color pink. I didn't own a pink shirt until I was in college.
yeah,
And then when I was in college, I very quickly started realizing I was far more liberal than I thought I was. And then my junior year, or my junior year, COVID hit, and that was it for my gender. My gender died when COVID hit.
Anyways,
And it was
7,
a fun time.
6, 5,
5,
4, 3,
4,
2,
2,
1.
1.
Happy New Year, Salt Lake City.
Year,
Happy New Year,
Utah.
Joker. Happy New Year to everyone who's over there. Maybe Arizona still has a little bit of time. I'm not remembering.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Oh my gosh.
Not a
But
fucking
yep,
clue.
happy New Year to the Mountain Timers.
All right, 2 more hours.
Well, one more hour for us.
Oh yeah,
So
1 more hour.
I don't know exactly when we're gonna end the stream, but probably shortly after midnight.
Yeah, unfortunately, can feel myself going manic, so the chances that I'll sleep tonight are very slim.
Yeah, like honestly, we've talked more about like kind of more personal things than we probably should have, anyways.
Oh, well, that's not why, but yeah.
Well, no, I'm saying that that's why. It's just like I'm just saying that we've done that. We have talked more about more personal things than we probably should have, but that's okay.
And it's like not like we have viewers.
True. And plus, if
Depends.
someone in the future does manage to get through this entire live stream, thank you. And also thank you to the person that just popped back on. Probably Quixote.
Are they back on?
Someone's back on. I don't know who. Probably Quixote.
Hello, viewer.
We have a viewer
Say
currently.
something in the comments so we can know that you're alive.
Yes,
Not
please.
a bot. Please don't be a bot.
Probably not a bot. Like honestly, I don't think I'm big enough to have bots.
I didn't think that either, and then Tumblr happened, and I was like, "Holy Jesus, bots!" Or very much lack thereof, Jesus bots rather.
Oh yeah. Probably Quixote. Of course, he's been in the Discord this entire time, so I don't know how much he's heard.
If it is Quixote, I'm gonna just. I don't even know.
I don't know. Oh, it might be a new person because our views went up, and usually if it's the same person, then
The
it
views won't go up, which means it's someone different. Hello, viewer. Please say something so we know you're alive.
Yes, please. Oh, but
Interact with us. We crave interaction. We are but lonely boys. I also don't want to scare them away, so I'm not gonna continue this for very long.
yeah. So
Okay, why? Okay, the cats have decided right now is the time to run the fuck around the house, just entirely.
So one thing that I am curious about, like I know that you are you're planning on getting the book or whatever for the book exchange soon at some point, right? Or
Friday. Yeah, Friday.
Friday. Just out of curiosity, what book is it? Because
I'll tell you exactly what it is. Let me look in my Amazon thing. Hang on.
because like at this point it's past Christmas and we're probably not
It
gonna
is,
do
yeah.
like a full video or anything about it, the book exchange, because
Yeah.
I don't know how much time we're gonna have for it, but
Oh no! What the heck?
did disappear.
It did.
That's weird. Oh, and the person disappeared.
Oh boo! Bye.
We miss ya.
It was a how to draw. I think it was. I want to say, well, how to draw this fantasy characters was one of them. It was either, oh no, it was the how to draw fantasy art and RPG maps.
Ooh, that sounds fun.
Yeah. Step-by-step cartography for gamers and fans.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm definitely gonna have to look through that once it arrives.
Yeah, so it should be there soon, or it should be there soon after Friday. And then so in my cart right now I have your book, and then I have the book for my church thing that's going on. We're starting a class in the third week of January. I'm super excited about.
Oh, what's
where
it about?
it's the history of Methodism with special emphasis on the like bigotry that was experienced by the original Methodist Church and how we've grown from that. And it's a book called Our Hearts Were Strangely Lukewarm.
So,
it just sounds like really interesting.
So you started going to a Methodist church then?
Yeah, it's a United Methodist Church. It's a very progressive brand of Christianity, wherein like I don't know how to describe it. I guess I can describe it how the church goes. Like every week that pastor. So first of all, we have a female pastor.
Yeah.
Her name is Jenny. She's wonderful. And Jenny is autistic and ADHD as well, which is super fun. That was literally the first day I got there. I sat down and I was like, just chilling in the very back row, barely, trying to, be as invisible as possible because that's who I am as a terrified person. I literally had a panic attack in the parking lot because church traumas are a very real thing. And like walked in there like, please God, don't notice me. And lo and behold, here comes the fucking pastor. And he like sits down next to me and I'm sitting there going, God damn it. Okay. Of all the people to notice me, it had to be the one wearing the clergy collar. Like, for real? Literally? Is this what's happening to me right now?
That is freaking amazing. That is hilarious.
And she sits down and she's like, hi, I'm Jenny. I'm the pastor here. And I was like, of course you are. Of course you are. But I'm like super anxious, so I'm like, hi. And she's like, what's your name? And I'm like, oh, I'm Kellen. And she's like, oh, I talked to you on Facebook because I had messaged the church before I ever visited to be like, hey, what if a trans guy came there? Would you be respectful to him as like a man? And she was like, yes. And I was like, cool. And so then I came and she was like, oh, you were on Facebook. And I was like, oh my God, the pastor answered my Facebook message. Awesome.
That's fun.
Great. Wow. And I was like super impressed, but also kind of like, great. I walked in here and the first person who talks to me knows I'm trans. Cool. And but she didn't even, as soon as I was like, oh yeah, she like didn't press the subject at all. Immediately moved on to like, it's nice to have you here. And then she started introducing herself and she was like, how are you? And I was like, truth be told, I'm a little bit nervous. And she was like, oh, I get nervous all the time. I'm autistic and ADHD. And I was like, hey, me too. And very awkwardly gave her a high five. I was like, God damn it, Kellen. Why are you like this? You just gave the pastor a high five when she said she was also autistic. Stop. You're so fucking weird.
That's okay. It's good to be weird.
Oh, I was just like, could you be a little bit stranger, please? And like, yeah, so then she gave me like express permission to explore everywhere in the church I wanted to go. She was like, you don't have to stay sitting down. We broadcast the sermon to all corners of the church, so anywhere you walk, you're gonna hear it. And I was like, that's really cool, and like different things like that. And yeah, so now I've been going there since I want to say like November 1st, I think. Not November 1st, but like the first weekend in November. And yeah, it's really fun.
That's good.
It's really cool. I actually really enjoy it because like one of the things that they do is like the bulletins. They outline the entire order of service every time, and it's a schedule. Like it's not a time by time thing, like they don't say at 11:30, this will happen or whatever. But it's like, the first thing that's going to happen is a welcome, and it tells you who's going to be speaking, all right? And so the introduction is going to be so-and-so, and then someone else is going to read this, and then this is what's going to happen, and here's the words that you need to know because there's a lot of, like, call and repeat going on and, like, very cool things. It's also very cool because I really enjoy the more, like, ritualistic parts of faith, like mostly, like, religion in general. For instance, I really enjoyed when I was hanging out with the Baxters more. I really enjoyed going through the different rituals of Jewish holidays. They invited me a lot of times to come to like different celebrations there, and like one of them was Purim, which is really, really cool to go through like the rituals of like what is Purim and like celebrate that and like understand that. Or Hanukkah, although Cody celebrates Hanukkah in a really weird way that I can't be super open about because I don't want to get us taken off the air. But
Okay then.
it's not like it's illegal. It's just not the most kosher way. Long story short, menorah made of joints. But anyway,
Okay then. Yeah, no.
yeah, no, it's super fun. Anyway, so 8 days of that. But yeah, like I really enjoy the ritual, and so one of the cool things about Methodism is that we still like employ a lot of the methods and rituals of Christianity. So we go through a lot of things that I associated with like Catholicism. So we like Advent is a really big thing. It's a huge, very important thing. Every week of Advent, there's the candle and there's the reading, and like it's definitely very ceremonial. We understand like exactly what each candle represents and for whom we're lighting each candle.
Yeah.
And that's kind of cool. I think that's really awesome. And then we also celebrate the 12 days of Christmas and then Epiphany. So actually, we're going to keep our Christmas gear up in the church until January 6th because that's the end of Epiphany.
Yeah, that's the
12
days of
very
Christmas,
different
right?
things like
Yeah.
that. Yeah, I really like that idea. I don't know why. I just really like rituals. I just like rituals.
I think like the big reason for this, and I think it's I think it has some there's like some something with I read a while ago with autism is like a lot like schedules or whatever are like a very common thing.
Yes.
Um
Even if we don't do time by time, it's easy. Our brains oftentimes will sit there and go, okay, first I'm gonna do this, then I'm gonna do this. Like you'll notice, even when I play video games, I'll do it that way. For instance, right now, if I was playing Breath of the Wild, I have my schedule for Breath of the Wild is right now my last beast is Naboris, and in order to fight Naboris, you have to get the helm. In order to get the helm, you have to fight what are they called, the squad, what is it, the like ninjas, whatever they are.
Oh, Yiga? Is that what it was?
Yiga. Yeah, Yiga clan or whatever it is. And you had to fight those guys and get that. But in order to fight those guys, you have to have the ancient arrows. Otherwise, you're just going to make a bunch of noise and get fucked.
Yeah.
And so, in order to get the ancient arrows, then you have to find a bunch of parts. But in order to find the guy who makes the ancient arrows, you have to do this side quest. So, like, I have a schedule in my head of, like, how I'm going to go about it.
Yeah.
And various things like that. And then, like, sometimes I'm just like, oh, you know what? Today I feel like doing a bunch of side quests, not, a bunch of story quests and so things like that. And then, like, that's one of the things I actually really, really, really enjoyed about the Pokemon DLC is the BBQs.
Yeah.
The fact that I could just sit and grind with an intent was kind of nice.
Yeah. I think that with the BBQs, I what I really want is just like the ability I wish that they gave you more points because of how much you need them.
Yeah, I wish the red ones were more common. I will say that.
Yeah. So yeah, red ones are more common. I think that there needs to be one that will like you get sometimes just randomly you'll get like a golden one or something. I don't know. Some
I don't know.
Some other color.
I like what they did with the concept, but I think it needs developing.
Yeah. Also, I think that there's like certain tasks in there that are just like I don't like that one. Like I don't like the picture one. I don't like the one that you are like.
Them. You know that, right?
Huh?
You know you can change them, right?
Yeah, I know. But I don't really like the picture one. I don't really like. You have to catch a Pokemon, because of the fact that with the catching a Pokemon, it's like, okay, now so. This is gonna be a Pokemon that I'm probably never gonna use.
But yeah, I employ kind of like a catch and release type situation at that point.
Yeah.
Where like, all right, catch a Pokemon. All right, I have 97 right now, or I don't. There's not any that I need right now. So I'll just grab a whatever one, and then when I grab the whatever one, I'll just immediately release it.
Yeah. So I don't know. That's my thought process. It's just weird.
Work. But the only one I skip is the terrestrializing to fight a wild Pokemon, because I'm not about to waste my terrestrialization on.
If you complete the game,
wild
then
Pokemon.
then you can use it infinitely.
Well, right, but I haven't completed the game.
Yeah, but that's one of the reasons why, skipping that one for now is like a good idea. Also skipping TM1, that one's also a good idea.
I just usually quick fly because I save that one until I have like one that says go to a specific biome and take a picture, because then I'll just quick fly to the Central Plaza and then go to the whichever like biome I need to go to.
Yeah. So yeah, the main reason I say skip out on that one is because of the fact that you really want to say you want to use your items for the Pokeball Lotto,
Oh.
because that gives you so many good items. So just something to think about. Don't worry. So yeah, like for one thing, you can get Master Balls from that thing.
To be fair, I spend enough time auto battling that I'm not really hurting for parts.
I mean, fair. Especially like if you do what I do with my shiny hunting, and it's like basically just I auto battle things, and then if I see a shiny, cool, grab it.
Yeah.
And it's kind of weird the way that I shiny hunt, because I don't like doing sandwiches all that much.
Yeah.
So I often will skip on that. But I don't know, it's just kind of funny. Alright. But I will be right back. I need to use the restroom. And then we will continue our conversation wherever it goes.
I do.
Alright, so I am back. I don't know if Jack is back yet. He'll probably say when he is. But I do want to briefly mention, since I did say it a little bit before we went, that I shiny hunt very differently than a lot of people. I don't use the sandwiches. So for that reference, pretty much all of my shinies have been full odds. Like there's a few that are a little bit better because of the fact that I often would go after shinies with at a trying to get it from the mass outbreaks or whatever. And obviously after a little while of doing those, it is a higher chance. But for the most part, most of the time that I do the shiny hunting, it is full odds, and then I just randomly come across them. And I've managed to get like half a box full of shinies at this point, which is just absolutely insane. And I think I got 2 shinies before I completed the game, with Ducklet being the one that one of my first shinies in Kitakami, which is now Swanna, and then I think I've got another shiny in the I don't remember what was my first shiny when I went into the Blueberry Academy, but I know I got at least one before I finished the game. It might have been a Milcery.
Didn't you say it was a Milcery? Because you were saying
I think
You had a
it might have been a Milcery. I don't remember exactly which one it was. And welcome back.
Greetings.
I'd have to look back through our chats because it was. I don't remember if the Milcery was the first one of the Blueberry Academy.
I don't know if it was the first, but I know that you did say you got one.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I've gotten two shiny Milceries at this point. One I've evolved into an Alcremie. The other one I have not.
Nice.
So, but I am planning on evolving it into an Alcremie eventually. I just haven't gotten around to it.
Yeah.
So if you could get so one of my goals at some point is to get every single version of Alcremie. That would be really cool.
That'd be awesome.
But
it's hard though.
It's very hard. Like luckily if you get all the shinies, it's only one version per, I believe. Let me take a look here. Alright. Alcremie. There we go. Alright. Alcremie. So let's go down to evolution data. I think this one has the. Is this where the full list is? Here it is. Okay. So yeah. So shiny will always be will always have the same look no matter what you do. And the only thing that's going to be different is the item that you put in its hair. So at this point in time, I have a star shiny Alcremie, and the one that I recently caught, I'm going to evolve it into a ribbon shiny Alcremie. So I'll still need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more shiny Milcery. Well, actually, so let's see. So I will need 6 total shiny Milceries in order to get a full living dex.
Oh wow.
Because yeah, so one for each of the different types of sweets, and then I will need 1 Milcery that is just a Milcery and stays a Milcery. And I'll be giving that one an Everstone just in case.
Yeah.
But it will probably just stay in Pokedex. But
calm down, fuck.
But then yeah, and then it's gonna be a huge, and then comes the huge pain in the ass that is getting all of the others. Because let's see, so there's the vanilla cream where you have to spin clockwise for less than 5 seconds. Then there is the ruby cream, which is counterclockwise for less than 5 seconds. Both of those are during the day. And then there's the matcha, which is clockwise less than 5 seconds at night. Mint cream counterclockwise more than 5 seconds. Lemon cream is clockwise more than 5 seconds at night. Salted cream, and so on and so forth. There's a lot, and I'm just, yeah. 100% the hardest one to get though is absolutely the rainbow swirl, because it has to be at dusk, which is just.
That sounds difficult to time exactly.
Yeah, a little bit. It's basically the same situation as Lycanroc, though.
Yeah.
So, which it's easier to do in a game that is keeping time with you, because of the fact that it's always at a specific time.
True. However, I do like the day-night cycle in this game.
Yeah. So, I don't know. Those are my thoughts. One thing that I do have to say that is really annoying about Alcremie in your inside your boxes is that every single Alcremie looks like a freaking caramel swirl with freaking strawberry sweets.
Mm.
Like, unless you specifically look at the Pokemon itself, they all look the exact same, and it's so fucking annoying.
That is annoying.
So, 100%, I'm gonna put, like, all of the Alcremie into, Pokemon Home. Because I want to be able to see what they all look like. I want them to be next to each other, and I can have my full frickin'... Especially if I'm going to work to get every single type of Alcremie.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and here's the other thing as well, is my goal right now is start off with the Rainbow Swirls. Because
That's fair, yeah.
that's, like, for one, that is the hardest one to get, because it has to be at dusk, but also has to be greater than 10 seconds, like more than 10 seconds of spinning.
True.
And it's just, So, that is going to be my first goal, and then if I fuck it up, then at least, then whatever the other one is, that's going to be whatever it is, that's going to be the one that I, consider completed.
Yeah.
So, which I believe at this point in time, I currently just have the caramel swirl with strawberries as my base version.
Yep.
And he's also the one that's going to be level 100 first. Or you might already be 100, I don't know.
Nice.
So, yeah.
I was not paying attention when I was doing a bunch of stuff for like the auto battles or whatever. When you know how BBQs will say like defeat so many Pokemon per would be an auto battle, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I would do that, and I realized I was looking at some of my Pokemon, and I was like, why aren't they leveling up? Oh my god, they're level 100. What the fuck? Since fucking when?
Yeah, that's insane to think about. And honestly, auto battles are great for leveling up your Pokemon, but they are fucking terrible for evolving your Pokemon.
True.
So it's just like, if you want to evolve your Pokemon, remember you have to do actual battles.
Yep.
Or give them candies. Candies work too.
For that. True.
But you know what also I would love to see in Gen 10?
What?
Every special thing, so Mega Evolutions, Z moves, Gigantamax, and Terrestrialization all in one game.
Not gonna happen.
I know. And that fucking pisses me
Never,
off.
not on your fucking life.
Yeah, I'm well aware. But you know what also pisses me off? Is that in the in Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, and Legends Arceus, you couldn't Gigantamax your Pokemon. Or Dynamax them, whatever, either or.
Why is that upsetting?
Primarily because of the fact that the last time we had a remake, we got Mega Evolutions for it.
Oh, well, I guess, yeah.
So, that was my main reasoning. I think that the remakes need to have whatever the gimmick was for that region. I understand why they didn't do it for Let's Go Eevee and Let's Go Pikachu, and that's primarily because they were doing a different gimmick for that.
The Let's Go situation.
Yeah, Let's Go is just so it's such a complicated situation. I don't want to deal with it. I can understand why they didn't want to deal with it. So, yeah. How did I never know that that Alcremie and Milcery were 100% female?
Yep.
I'm genuinely
I mean, it
in
makes
shock.
sense because only female cows can create milk, so I just...
I mean, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, if it was male, then that wouldn't be milk.
You said it, not me.
I did say it. Curse you for corrupting my mind.
Well, yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I would love to see like all of the different Pokemon though. Just
It
in
would be
one
cool to
game.
have a game with the full 1,000.
Yeah,
Or
That's what
1,010
Gen 10
or whatever we have now.
I've been saying for a while that Gen 10 should be a game where you could where you can get every single Pokemon, and it needs to be like the biggest game that they've ever done, because 10 generations is such a
extremely-
big deal.
It would be extremely cool, and I know this is never going to happen, but it would be extremely cool is if they had a school in each region, and you picked which one you start at, and then you could, like, visit the other however many.
Yeah. Like, I think that
That's
if they
never
were
gonna
to do
fucking
that,
happen, but-
if they were to do that, I think that it would have to be on the PC, and they can't do that.
It
Because-
would have to not. It would have to be on a stronger system, sure, but not necessarily. I mean, they're coming. They're bragging that the next Nintendo system is going to be pretty high powered. So
Hopefully it is. And also, you need to be able to catch every single legendary.
yeah, no, that's what I mean. The whole one, the whole dex, all of it.
Whole decks. None of them will be shiny locked.
That's a big ask.
It is definitely a big ask. I think that if they are to do anything shiny locked, it would basically be your first time that you go to catch a legendary. They are shiny locked. However, you are able to. There will be maybe like raids or something, and that will be the ones that are going to be not shiny locked.
That's fair. I think that makes sense. I mean, if they're gonna.
Yeah. Apparently, people are already putting up. Bulbapedia already has some information about Peachrunt. By
Huh.
the way, which I am not going to go over too much in this video so that we don't get like attacked. But
Yeah, seriously.
but apparently it's there. If you want to go to Bulbapedia and take a look at it yourselves, go for it. I will send that to the group chat, but do not read it on live.
Yeah, seriously.
Because I do not want to be.
There were so many people posting about it in the like groups on Facebook, and people are like, "Y'all, seriously?"
Yeah. Like, if you want to read it, cool. If you don't read it. And I'm not even reading it. I'm just like looking at the images and stuff. And honestly, I kind of love the Pokédex picture.
It is cool.
Yeah. But honestly, I can't wait to see I can't wait to see it in game. I'm excited to see what the story is going to be for the epilogue. Especially now
Yeah,
that
no, that's exciting.
yeah. Now that they've announced that that's actually coming, it's just like, what's going to be in it? I'm excited.
Is there a kitty out there, Jasper? We have a bunch of cats that wander the complex, and he's like staring daggers out the open window.
Nice.
I wonder if there's a kitty there.
Oh, that's funny. So Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is
Mhm.
releasing on February 29th.
That's cool.
So, yeah. Technically it doesn't get an anniversary every year. Which is that's just kind of funny. I'm excited to see exactly what they're going to do with that. That'll be interesting. But I'm thinking of getting the deluxe edition for for 7 Rebirth.
That's fair, yeah.
So it looks like so for reference as to what it has obviously the game itself. Then it has a steelbook case, which I love those. They're cool. I know that not everyone does, but I like them. And then it comes with a mini soundtrack CD and a hardback art book. So
That's cool.
yeah.
Did I tell you my Assassination Classroom complete box set came with an art book?
Yes. Mine did too.
That's cool. Nice.
Yeah. I think every version
And the
does.
poster. I can't wait to put the poster up.
Yeah, absolutely. I have I have several posters that I'm just like really hesitant to put up because I would like to put them up in a final place, or also actually truthfully I would like to put some of them into frames, like big ass frames, just like my freaking Tutankhamun poster. I would love to do that again, like get something for that. But I don't know. We'll see how that goes. I think it's also funny that despite the fact that I have several posters, the only one that has like an actual frame is my King Tut poster.
That is interesting.
Like, granted, it's kind of cool, but at the same time, it's just like, huh. But yeah, half an hour left. Actually like 20 minutes actually, but
True.
oh boy. So yeah. So do you have any resolutions for this year? Or
Not really resolutions. I feel like that's putting too much pressure on myself, but I do have things that I want to do for the year.
yeah.
You know, I have some games I want to finish. I have the writing I want to do.
Yep.
Yeah. You know, various things.
Before I go over mine, because it's goals as well. It's not I'm not insane.
Yeah.
But I want to go over my resolutions and whether or not I actually did it. First off, ride a bike at least once every week. Did not do that in the slightest. I think I tried for like the first few weeks, and I was just like, I don't have the time. I just didn't. I was often I had to go to work so often. It was not.
That's
really,
true.
Yeah, it was not really attainable, unfortunately. Finished writing Pelora and the Dragon Child, and I honestly really wish that I had been able to do this one. And that is one of my main goals for this year. Finish writing Pelora, and I've been wanting to do this for so long, and it needs to get done. And I want to work with an actual publisher to get this book out, especially because of the fact that it is such a big goal of mine to make sure that this thing is not only accessible to people who are able to read just regular books, but it's also able to be accessible to people who are blind, especially because of the fact that it's literally about a blind character.
Yeah, no, that's important.
So I want it to be in Braille, and I want there to be an audiobook version. Those are two of the really big things that I really want for this book. So that's what, as well as, I would just love for there to be multiple ways that people can enjoy this book. And when the book officially comes out, I want to have the Braille version and an audiobook version that I can physically hold. And I know that the audiobook is like so unlikely to happen for a physical version to hold, but I would love to do that.
Yeah.
I also had the improved video quality. considering the fact that I did not post nearly as many videos as I did last year, I don't think I really did that. When I did make videos, I think I did improve it slightly, but it wasn't as much as I would have liked. I think that is just going to continue to be a goal as we go into the new year. Just continue to try to improve video quality. Whether it be fixing up the sound, fixing up visuals, or whatever, just fixing things. That is going to be a big goal for this year. Making things better. I don't know exactly what it is. Oh, oh, that's a shame. So
What?
finally make the manga observations video. I still haven't done that, and that hurts. That I still have not managed to do that. I've been wanting to do that for so long, and I keep putting it off. And I'm kind of ashamed that I keep putting it off, because like I said, I've been wanting to make that video for years, because there's so much stuff that I've learned from having so much manga that I want to share it with the world to like help out with figuring things out and stuff like that. But
Yeah.
so I still want to keep that in my goals, but at the same time, it's just I don't know if I can promise that, unfortunately. But it will still remain in the goals. Make a full Thanksgiving album. Unfortunately, just due to circumstances and stuff like that, I was unable to do that. There was this year was tough. I will be blatantly honest. I have not gone over any of it in videos. But it's been a rough year. I have not had the energy to deal with a lot of things, and I still don't have much energy. If I do make a full Thanksgiving album, then fantastic, but I am not promising a Thanksgiving album. I am saying that I would like to make more music this year, but I am not promising anything, because it's a lot of work, and if I don't have the time, then I don't have the time. That's just the way of life. So while I would like to make more music this year and put it out, there's not going to be any promises being made here. And then
Fair.
yeah. And then the last thing on my resolutions last year was start work on Sting's Adventures 2nd edition. And I have done a little bit. It's not been much. It's mostly been like me talking about like working out my thoughts and stuff like that. And the main reason for that is just because of the fact that Pelora takes precedence. And Pelora needs to be finished before I just sit down and write Sting's Adventures 2. Or Sting's Adventures 1, the 2nd edition. But I have gotten some of my thoughts on paper. I figured out some things. I did draw the new cover for the 2nd edition. So when it is officially time to reveal that, it is in the calendar. So if you guys are interested in that, that is there. But it's not the full. I think you can actually see the full version of it. But I will be that will be going into the Nerd Chat the Nerd Chat stuff, or the Nerd Chat background, once we are ready to fully announce that the book is out, or the book is ready. For right now, I do want to make sure that the first edition of Sting's Adventures, it will always it's going to stay up on the shelf for a while. Eventually, it is going to come down, like I said. But I do want to make sure that people are able to still see that there is a first edition right now. You guys can purchase it, but I am going to start hiding that as once the 2nd edition comes out. But yeah. But yeah, those are my resolutions last year, and I kind of basically just told you what my goals are this year, and that's basically what it's going to be. Is I want to finish Pelora. I would like to make more music. I want to improve my video quality, and I would like to start work on Sting's Adventures, like fully get working on the second edition of that. And of course, I would love to get the manga observations video done. Is that gonna happen? When's that gonna happen? No idea. Hopefully soon, though. That's gonna be near the top of my priorities for this year. So, yeah. So there's that. There's also some things like I would love to do some more stuff with Nerds Playing Games, as well as some stuff on the other channels. What exactly that means, you'll have to wait and see. But yep, there will be some more. I am going to attempt to get more content on the other channels. What exactly that means, you'll have to wait and see. But yeah. Anyways, do you have any other goals that you want to share, or?
Not really.
Fair enough. And of course, we all have our goals that we would like that we're gonna keep hidden, just because they're more personal. And I would just like to briefly remind you to thank you guys, every single one of you who have stuck through this video, whether you've been watching it live or if you've been rewatching it, whether that be years from now or just a few days from now. Thank you all, and thank you to everyone who has supported us this year. I did make a short at near the end of this year, as YouTube gave me a wrap on basically what has happened this year. So I would just like to, if I can find that stuff, I want to read that really quick. Here we go. So, as you all know, we have been a member since 2015. In this year, we have gained 22 new subscribers. We have had 6,721 views. We have uploaded apparently 89 videos, whether that be shorts, videos, live streams, or posts. Obviously, there's been more since then. Since the day that this came out. 259 likes, 20 comments, 11 shares. Our most viewed video of the year was Miraculous Rise of the Sphinx Honest Review, which that's insane that came out this year. Our top short was I'm Ready for Skandar the Phantom Rider, Skandar and the Phantom Rider, which had 32 likes. Our top live stream, or my top live stream, was Let's Play Final Fantasy 16 live episode 1, which is the only episode that ever got, which got 29 comments. And yeah, that was this year. And honestly, it's been a great one. And I'm hoping that we can continue to do better to make this a 2024 our best year yet. And I'm hoping that every year, as we continue on this journey, we'll continue to be better and better. I am not stopping anytime soon, so you don't have to worry about that. I had to give that little thank you because this has been a long video. And yeah, I hope that all of you who have been watching it have enjoyed it. And those who have listened in the background, thank you. But yeah. Jackie Boy, do you have anything to say?
Not really, honestly. Like, what is there to say?
I mean, fair.
2024 better be a year of precedented events. I don't want anything new. I don't want anything newsworthy. I want the biggest headline of the year to be some bullshit about something completely nothing.
Yeah. Unfortunately,
What?
it is an election year, which is unfortunate. But we'll worry about that as it comes. Let's just hope people aren't stupid. That's the big thing.
True.
But I'm not holding my breath on that point.
Agreed.
But hopefully things go smoothly over this next year. And another fun thing to think about is that at halfway through this year, we will be entering into the 10th year of this channel, which
That is pretty wild.
that is extremely wild. 9 years on the in August. That is the 9-year anniversary, which of course means that we're going into the 10th year, and I'm kind of terrified to see to see how much we've grown, just since high school.
We should do a throwback thing, like a video throwback of pictures of us when we were, 14, and pictures of us now that we're 25.
So here's the thing I was planning on doing is I was planning on, for the 10-year anniversary, taking an image, a random image from every single video that is on this channel.
Uh-huh.
And then editing it together as a thank you for 10 years.
I love that idea.
Yeah, so it's kind of terrifying because it's like I'm gonna have to go through over 1,000 videos.
Yep.
So hopefully everything goes smoothly with that. But yeah, there's well over 1,000 videos on this channel, which I don't even know how many. I now I need to know how many videos are on this channel. Let's see if we can figure this out. Is it? It has to be more than that. Slowing down. Let's see here. Is that the? Nope, that is not the number. Seems to be stopping there. Is that it? Is that where we are? Okay. So there are, from the looks of it, 1,078.
Wow.
And that is just regular videos. Now, granted, some of those are private at this point in time, for various reasons. Or unlisted. Specifically, a lot of my reaction videos, unfortunately, have had to go unlisted because of copyright. Or they might be banned in certain countries. Because specifically reactions to Miraculous, unfortunately, are blocked in certain countries. And that's just because I was stupid and I shouldn't have uploaded some of those. But yeah. But this channel started August 4th, 2015 with Start of the Lab. That's a lot. That is a long freaking time. Yeah. And then obviously with shorts there are only 21. Live streams there are 14. Posts there are 1. So yeah, it's been a lot. We've done a lot. There's been a lot of content, and while the majority of that is YouTube videos, I am going to continue to make. I am going to try to make some more shorts, even though there are a lot of problems with it. I'm going to try and get back into. I'm going to make a few more shorts to try and get those numbers going up, and of course, we're going to do some. We're going to be doing more live streams. We are going to be doing some more videos. Nerd Chat is going to continue every single year or every single week, or at least we're going to attempt to. Is it going to be perfect? No, but we're going to do our best. Oh my gosh. So, there are officially 6 minutes to midnight. Well, actually,
All right.
almost 5. Just. And 5 minutes to midnight.
5 minutes.
There we go. We're almost there. We are almost there, everybody. Oh. So, yeah, this upcoming year, of course, we've got Skandar 3. I will be making a video on that. I'm also planning on doing a video about Fireborn. I'm not 100% because I don't think I did I don't think I did something for the book for the first 2 books, but I would like to do a review of both of those, and also do a video when the 3rd book comes out. Because they're good books. So, yeah. Obviously, I'm gonna be reading Beast Player at some point. We already talked about how I'm gonna be doing a video about Lily Quench when that comes out. Or, well, once I've read it. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. But 4 minutes. I should read the rest of the Shadow and Bone series. Have you read those?
Yeah. No.
Fair enough. It's a bit of an interesting series. Obviously there's a TV show, and it was pretty good. Thank you. My mom brought me champagne.
It's not champagne, it's cider.
Oh, cider. Thank you.
Good job, Carlin, keeping him sober.
No, it's not. It's alcoholic. I know.
I
know which one it is. It's alcoholic. Yeah. Oh my gosh. So 3 minutes. So are you gonna drink anything to for the toast to midnight?
Yeah, Diet Pepsi.
Fair enough. Oh, yeah. You know, so there's something that I've talked a little bit about with you guys, and I would like to briefly mention it to the audience. There is a project that we are working on behind the scenes that has to do with the start of this channel. And I am really excited to share that with you, that we are working on that. We are remaking the original story, and it's mostly going to be an animatic. It's not going to be a full animation or anything like that. But that is going to take a long time to actually get through, especially because the first episode is not going to be the start of the lab. That is going to be the night before the lab, which also happens to take place on the same day as the beginning of Sting's adventures, which is exciting. So exactly what that's going to be, we shall see. It's going to be fun, to say the least. And we only have about 2 minutes. No.
2 minutes.
We have 1 minute. In 3, 2, 1. 1 minute. I hope that every single one of you enjoys this 2022. Let's remember our friends who are sadly no longer with us. And let's be good to each other. As good as we possibly can.
May 2024 be deeply precedented times and nothing obscure and nothing wild.
Exactly. And there go the fireworks.
Amen.
It's time.
Ready?
In about 20 seconds. 15, 14, 13, 12,
12,
11, 10, 9, 8,
9,
7,
8, 7,
6,
6,
5, 4,
5,
3,
3,
2,
2,
1.
1.
Happy New Year, everybody.
Welcome to 2024.
Indeed. A very happy new year, and may 2024 be a good year to each and every single one of you. We hope that you have enjoyed this live stream counting down to midnight. To those of you who still have a new year coming, thank you.
Happy
And we will
New Year.
And there's Quixote saying Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
And we will see you guys in this new year.
All the way from Mars.
Happy
You
New
sound
Year,
awfully
everybody.
in the same room to be from Mars.
Badon.